Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, just still watch me escape.
Welcome to the June edition of the League Night for covering diplomacy leagues and club games from all around the world. Welcome. Thank you all for watching. I'm your host, Brian, and I'd like to thank each of you for watching, for joining us. For those of you in Dip Chat, already see some folks hanging out. Good to see you. We've got a fantastic group of games tonight. We've got 6 games from the Virtual Diplomacy League, and we're going to be covering the Australian Snake Pit League for the first time ever. To help me do that, I'm going to welcome a fantastic cast. I can't wait to do this broadcast with each of them. Welcoming David Hood, Katie Gray, and Karthik Konath. Welcome all.
Thanks for having us.
Hey there.
All right. So as I said, we've got lots of games to cover. So we're going to go quickly through our intro just for the sake of time. Before we do that, just give each of you a chance to plug any upcoming events. David, we'll start with you. I know you just had DixieCon, and I'm not going to let Karthik talk about it. So there we go. It seemed to go well for some on this broadcast. But David, anything that you're looking
it just goes to show you that I am totally neutral and do not try to influence the outcome of my tournament, that Karthik Konath has won it yet again. But congratulations to Karthik. That was about 2 weeks ago now. But looking forward, there are lots of opportunities coming up this summer for people to play diplomacy. The next time I'm going to be at a tournament will be the Denver event, which is about the 3rd weekend of July. But there's all sorts of other events coming up in August as well. We've got the SkyCon, and towards the end of August, we've got the Boston Massacre towards the beginning of August. Just all sorts of things coming up in addition to our virtual offerings that'll be going on. The Tour of Britain. The Snake Pit itself is playing next weekend, I believe. And the other leagues that are playing here, we've just got so much to do. There'll be the Summer Classic. For those virtual diplomacy fans, there'll be a Summer Classic coming up later in the summer. So lots of opportunities. It is a great time to be part of the diplomacy hobby.
Yeah, and congratulations to Debian's own Nicola Sahuke for his big win at the World Diplomacy Championship. If you count his virtual championship as well, he enters into the 3-time club for the World Championship. I think only Andrew Goff tying that number.
That's probably right, although maybe one of the Frenchmen, I'm trying to remember if there's one of the guys that's won 3. There might be one of the Frenchmen that's won 3. But not only did Nicola win that board last Sunday, it was a spectacular game. Just a lot of fun play involved in the game. It was a lot of fun to watch here on DBN.
Yeah, if you get the chance, check that out. It's a really, really entertaining broadcast. We got some great behind-the-scenes looks of the action for those of us who were unable to attend. Really appreciate the crew on the ground who was able to provide some video and just really made that feel like we were part of it. And Katie, you've got a event coming up in Las Vegas. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I don't have all the details off the top of my head. I wasn't prepared to plug it, but diplomacy is going to be part of the World Series of Board Game Championships. I don't know. World Series is already the thing. World Series of Board Games in Las Vegas. It's near the end of September. I want to say it's around the 23rd. Yeah, it's kind of exciting to bring diplomacy to an event that is new for the game, and hopefully we have new people come out, and I'm going to be there, and I would love to see some familiar faces. So yeah.
Awesome. And as always, we've got a lot of upcoming leagues. I think next month we plan on covering the Tour of Britain, which has been very active again this season. Always good to see that event. We're going to be covering the Nexus Press League in an upcoming broadcast. We'll be covering the 7 Years War again. So lots of ways to play this game. If you would like to get involved and participate, definitely recommend you check out the diplobn.com/schedule page. And then also you can check out the VWDC Discord server and get connected to pretty much any community from that portal. With that, let's go ahead and transition us over into our games. We've got a lot to cover, and I'm looking forward to it. Here we go. And it would help if I added it to the stage. And we're going to bid farewell to Karthik, and we'll see you again shortly. David, you are going to be lead on this one. So Katie, I'm going to have you call out the players and set up some storylines for us to watch.
All right. In Austria, I've got Jordan Connors. Has he been playing a lot lately?
No, this is
seen his name in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
In England is Jason Gray. I don't know much about him, but he has a fantastic last name, and I'll be rooting for him. France is Cody Green. Germany is Micah Blom, and they are names that I'm very familiar with. I don't know a lot about Micah's play, but I've played with Cody, and they're pretty frequent participants in VDL, I think. Italy is a player named Telma. Russia is Bradley Grace, who is another frequent participant in these streams. I think he won Tour Britain last year or the year before. And then Turkey is Alan Thompson. I don't know any details about any sort of pre-existing drama between these players, but I'm excited to see Jordan play. It's been a while, and let's see how he does with Austria. I think that'll be fun. And yeah, go Jason.
I think it's fun that Jordan is playing, assuming he was playing from where he actually lives. He started this game at midnight.
Yeah.
But it's either that or he's traveling. But also it's fun that we've got Telna in the chat right now, and we've got Bradley in the chat right now. So we'll be able to get some reactions to how we see this game, which is always part of the fun here on League Night.
Yeah, I always enjoy it whenever the participants can tell us whether we're right or more often how we're wrong. And one thing I failed to do that I think will help everyone, let's take a quick look at our current standings so we can keep that in mind when we're looking at our storylines. In first place, hang on just a second. I want to make sure I didn't screw something up with these standings. Let me go back to our players, make sure I didn't accidentally spoil anything. And let's see where we are right now. We'll find out in a minute if it was a spoiler. All right, so it looks like in first place, we've got Justin Lohr, who I believe is entering in first place on the strength of the first solo from this season, just narrowly beating out Ben Kelman, who had a phenomenal night last night, topping 2 boards, and definitely would have been the storyline of the week if not for Justin's solo. Micah Blom, who, Katie, you mentioned previously, was the league leader going into last week's broadcast. So lots of action last week. We've got Brandon Dix, Cody Green.
You mean last month, Brian?
Last month.
Sure
last
people...
month. But yeah, last month. It feels like last week because we have so much diplomacy going on right now. Cody Green, Jamal Blacarley, and Marcus Lone rounding out your top 7. So we got a couple of those players playing in this game tonight. And let's go ahead and have David. Why don't you take 1901? Katie, we'll have you do 1902. We'll just inject a little bit of color commentary and move quickly through these games.
All right, well, let's talk about anything that looks unusual. Micah's opening to Helga and Bite for the Germans is very unusual. We'll see how she decides to play that one. The lack of a bounce in Galicia and the lack of a bounce in Black Sea might not be terribly unusual each one separately, but having them both happen is somewhat unusual and very interesting, both from the Russian and the Turkish point of view. So we'll see how this goes. Telna has just said in the chat that this was Telna's first virtual game, and the Telna was not prepared. We'll see what that means here as the game progresses. All right, so for the fall turn, what it means is that the Germans get Holland and Belgium, but Cody decides, well, if you're going to do that, then why don't I take your Munich? Which is, again, not something we see all that often, but it's always fun and interesting when we do see it. Got kind of the traditional Italian convoy to Tunis. Otherwise, in the East, it's really just the bouncing Trieste that really sort of stands out for me. Doesn't always mean anything in the situation where Austria has gone to Budapest, and what else are they going to do when Romania's got 2 supports? So maybe it was just a question of not having anything else to do. But that fleet getting into the Aegean by the Turks is always significant if you're Italy.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens with Munich. I was playing a game as Germany at Whipping this year, and the French player was basically asking if I was going to cover Munich, and I just told him no. I was like, no, because I'll take it back. It's not a big deal. He did take Munich, and I had, I think, no builds that year. And then the next year I had 3 more, and it was fine. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I don't think it's usually a good move for France, but maybe Cody can make it work.
Yeah,
three builds.
I know I've said this in the past. I don't know that you can always believe the statistics, but when there was an article back in the 2000s that I read, when Germany loses Munich, they actually tend to do better overall. So we'll see whether or not that happens this game. Every time that I've brought that up, that has not been true. So we shall find out. With those 3 builds, Cody's putting down Fleet and Brest, Fleet Marseille. I'm not going to read out the builds for the sake of time. As we move into spring of 02, Katie, if there's anything in these adjustments, you can go that is noteworthy to you, go ahead and call that out, and otherwise we'll just move on to the spring.
I think 2 fleets is a little risky as France. Presumably you've just angered Germany and you'd want the army to fight Germany, but who knows? We'll see the next moves. Okay, so this looks like a pretty solid EF. There's a bounce in English Channel, and Germany is moving away from Holland and Belgium, signaling a lot of trust towards the English player. There's also a bounce in Silesia, which I don't know. I don't know what that's about. It's kind of weird. What's going on with Italy? Italy has convoyed into Greece with help from... Who helped?
The Turks.
The Turks in Bulgaria, but didn't that get cut by Serbia?
Also the Aegean fleet.
Yeah.
Aegean. Okay. All right. So Jordan's foray back into diplomacy, not going great, but he can pull it out if anyone can. And also notably, Bradley has moved his fleet into the Black Sea. Now that could be anti-Austrian since Ukraine is going to Galicia. I'm imagining that's probably what it is, but it could spell bad news for Turkey too. In the fall, I think Bradley's move into the Black Sea was purely to get the army there into Romania so that it could attack Austria. He doesn't seem to be going after Turkey at all. Italy stays in Greece with support from Serbia, so it seems like Jordan's maybe doing a little reacting to the situation, trying to. Sorry, I just got distracted by the West because Cody in France has now suddenly moved into Lyon and Western Med and has given up the channel and moved Paris to Brest. It looks like Germany and France have found a way to cooperate and work together. And, Micah tapping north so that Russia can take Norway certainly no longer looks like an EG.
No, it's just a traditional FG where the Germans cede Munich to the French. That's what happens all the time.
All the time. Very normal.
In an FG Charlemagne alliance.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching as we move into winter of 03, what's going on in the East between Italy and Turkey. I think Russia is in a position where they could work well with either one. So how long are the three of them going to be able to work together? When does Turkey decide to move? Do they get impatient? Are they able to wait? It's an interesting place to be from this position.
Yeah, and how long do the Russians get to stay in Black Sea without the Turks saying, "Hey, you, get off of my cloud"? And the answer is it's already the Russian Bradley's already gone after Turkey, which makes sense since he's also losing Galicia and losing Romania at the same time. This East is awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Speaking of which, in the West, what do we got? The Germans moving up to make a line against the Russians with the Germans. I guess they're going to take Munich back here. There certainly does seem to be a lot of stasis in the West, though. I see hold in the Anglo-French borderlands. So that's kind of a weird situation, and lots of just holding, supporting. I guess Germans getting a Skagerrak is significant if you're going to take Norway back.
And I will just take a couple of valuable seconds here to tell everyone, if you want to get David Hood's attention, get called out on DBN, a good way to do that is hold. I hear he really enjoys that.
Well, there can be diplomatic reasons for it, and maybe that's what's happening here, and then it's okay, but that's the only time it's okay. All right. Fall 1903, yeah, they do take Norway there. English take it back, and they go to Wales. So clearly there's been a lot of deals being struck in the West. The Germans going to Ruhr, it's hard to read that entirely, but Burgundy to Belgium, it's hard to read that entirely also. But the Italians have gone west here with their fleets. They had to because Cody had come in with his fleets. He didn't even try to bounce Tyrrhenia. It couldn't have worked anyway, but he didn't even try. And he didn't try to put his guy into Marseille either. So that's an interesting situation there. Yeah, the Russians, because of the move they made, they have taken Ankara. The Turks have said, fine, I'm going to Syria, by gosh. Those Persians are not going to invade me from the east. I don't exactly know what the point of I guess just to get it out of the way so the army could go to Smyrna. Maybe that was the thinking, so that the fleet could go to Khan. I don't know. But at any rate, it's hard to know how to defend when you're being attacked from the corner like that. The Russians having moved backwards in Russia, that's all because they're worried about what the Austrians are doing. And Jordan just sort of does this. I got to Galicia, now I'm just going to twiddle my thumbs.
And why not?
And I would call out just for Jordan's position to be where he is right now. This is a pretty nice turnaround diplomatically. That would have been very easy for the three in the East to just continue to dogpile. I think most of us that have been playing the game a while have seen that happen quite frequently. And to be able to diplomatically maneuver into this kind of position, has options, definitely something I'm going to be watching to see how that plays out. The other thing I'd like to call out is for Telna, this is just a rough spot to be in. Italy's one of my favorite countries to play, and anytime that you've got an early French conflict and you are basically forced to go west, leave your fate to what's going on in the east, that can be a really tough spot, and a tough spot for a first virtual game as well.
On the other hand, Turkey's had to move back to deal with the Russians instead of putting any pressure on Italy. And Italy's got 3 fleets versus 2 for the French. So maybe this isn't terrible for Telna, but we'll see how it goes here.
It's still a long time to get any builds out of it.
True.
All right, as we see our winner of 1903 adjustments, Katie, anything you want to call out there?
Not particularly.
Okay, I think all of that seems pretty consistent with what we've been seeing. So what's happening in 04?
All right, in 04, we've got some FG conflict. One thing about this game that's really interesting is a lot of times when, if you're France and Germany and England and you can't figure out who you want to work with and you go back and forth, if you take too long, the other side of the board is going to get it figured out. But that hasn't happened in this game. Both sides of the board are pretty fluid, which makes it kind of an exciting, fun game. So England is back in the Channel and Germany is in Burgundy, Burgundy and Picardy, and I think Paris is guaranteed, right? I think.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no, but Burgundy did retreat to Belgium.
Yeah,
So,
that's
there's
okay.
a unit behind the lines. It's going to be a little chaotic. You've got England moving to Barents, continuing the war against the Russians, right as Bradley moves down to Moscow to sort of help defend against the Austrians, who are now in Ukraine. And yeah, it looks like Jordan has just said, I'm going to be nice to everyone except Bradley, which is kind of a good way to play. To only have one enemy at once. Obviously, that's better than having 3 of them, which he looked like he had the first year. And then... yeah, the fleet in Khan is a little rough for Turkey because there's really no feasible way he gets Ankara back anytime soon. But yeah, Italy also in Tuscany now can take, well, I think can take or has a good chance of getting into Western Med, but also the French fleet's in Mal, so maybe that's actually not true.
Yeah, that's sort of locked up a little bit more for the Italians there.
Yeah, also hi, Danny.
We've also got comment here from Stupid Blender, still one of my favorite names of all time. There's free trade of knives between different people's backs. This is a very fluid game, as you called out, Katie. Lots of fun.
Is this still me?
Yep.
Okay, bad turn for Bradley. Bradley has lost St. Pete to the English, Sweden to the Germans, and Sev to the Austrians. He has also lost Ankara to the Turks, but he did get into Khan, so I think he's still down 3 and not 4, but oof, really rough turn for you, Bradley. That's pretty painful. Italy has moved from Greece to Bulgaria, so that one lone army on Greece, instead of fighting a desperate fight against Austria, managed to find a friend, and he's getting a build out of it, which is pretty fun. Also has made progress into Lyon, and So Cody did lose Paris to Germany. So Germany's going to be up 1 because Cody stayed in Belgium. And I think England's up 1. Italy's up 1. Everyone's up 1 except Bradley's down 3.
That for people that are learning this game, why didn't
two.
the French army in Belgium try to hit one of those 2 German armies to hopefully cut support? Because they didn't want to actually pick wrong and lose Paris and not take Belgium. That's why he had to. That's why holding in there that situation actually made sense. Unless you wanted to go to Holland.
Good job, Micah.
It even made more sense.
You got a David-approved hold.
Katie, I was going to ask you about that. Would you consider going to Holland from this position, or do you like keeping that army in Belgium if you're France?
I think if Italy's in Lyon, and England and Germany are working together, you don't have a lot of saving graces unless something turns pretty quickly. So I like the idea of going to Holland. It can be a little chaotic to get an army in behind the lines, but Germany is going to be building, so you're probably not going to get a lot out of it. Maybe if you're in Belgium, it's closer to your home centers, maybe you can use it somehow. It doesn't look great. I mean, Cody's got no armies to defend his homelands at all. It's a pretty rough spot. Don't take Munich as France, people.
All right, orders in the box. We got Jason Gray putting down Fleet Liverpool, and looks like the classic EG continues. So this is a lot of fun, and my favorite build in the game, every game.
Yeah.
Fleet Trieste. Love to see it.
That is awesome, as is building Fleet Marseille when there's Germans in your homeland and you really come on, Cody.
Yeah.
Cody is prioritizing the Italian campaign amongst anything else.
Yeah.
Which still doesn't work because he tries to sort of brace against Lyon, but can't do that because Piedmont's hitting Marseille. So anyway, lots and lots of fun. England is going into to Brest with support of the French because Cody has now thrown himself in with the English, I guess, is what he's doing. I don't know. Or maybe he's just going to be a janissary in general, a Mediterranean janissary for the Western powers. Let's look at the East there, because the East is also now the West is also now the East, because the Germans have already pivoted to putting people not only in Silesia, but also Bohemia, Prussia, Baltic. This is EG trying to now flex across the line, and we'll see how that goes. We also have all the Austrian units moving and trying to be dynamic here, and we will see what that means. What it means is Moscow and Warsaw are now. No, I'm sorry, that's a bounce in Warsaw. So that he's helping to defend Warsaw there because Livonia actually was also trying to make sure that Warsaw didn't get, maybe actually, I guess if he'd guessed correctly, he would have killed himself, and Austria would have taken Warsaw. But anyway, what else is happening here? We've got the Russians losing their army in Armenia, which is probably not any big deal. The Austrian fleet, once it's built in Trieste, goes to Albania, and then it goes back to Trieste. That is, however, not why you build an Austrian fleet. I think he was just worried about what Telden was going to do with that Venice army. But otherwise, have we got people running to the line here? It kind of looks like it, running to the stalemate line at the end of fall 1905.
Katie, is that how you're reading it?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell if any of these alliances are that unbreakable. I guess EG has been going pretty strong for a while, so they may be in this for the moment. I don't know. I really thought that AI was going to break up with that fleet build, but clearly it hasn't. So I don't know. The colors in Turkey are pretty amusing. Russia being in Smyrna. Is he building? Yeah, Bradley's building. That's really fun. That's really fun.
Yeah.
Well, I assumed that the Austrian fleet was because they needed another fleet to deal with the remnants of the Russians and the Turks down in Turkey. That's what I thought the point was. But not if you go back to Trieste. It's not very useful.
Yeah.
That was actually, I was joking about that move, but that's actually a significant move. That really puts AI behind the 8-ball to have that unit there that's essentially not being used as it should be.
So on that topic, David, we did not do it in 1904 as we typically do. We'll play who you like here. If you've got to step in, take one of these powers, you want to win it, who do you feel like gives you the best chance?
Well, Germany's ahead, and there's a reason why Germany is ahead. They've got lots of units. They're not really facing any enemies. In fact, the French that are sort of their enemies are sort of their puppet. So the odds are on Micah here, and I can understand that pick. All the heck I give to Jordan Connors, he is a spectacular diplomacy player. If anybody can figure out how to get this position into the top, it would be Jordan, even if he started this game midnight his time. So I think I'm picking Austria just because it's a fun pick.
All right, Katie. David picking Jordan. Are you going with Micah, or is there somebody else you've got your eye on?
I think if Cody disbands the army, then Micah's a really good bet. Micah's sort of problem is that they only have one fleet, and they're not going to be able to make a lot of progress against England, which maybe is fine because, I'm a fan of game-long alliances. That's always fine. But as David says, Jordan is in a pretty good spot, and he's got the ability to move those armies towards Germany. I don't think they really need to stay in Sev and Romania, in Ukraine. I feel like it's a little bit of a spoiler, but I kind of like Italy's position, if only because I want the AI to work out, and I think that would be really fun. But I do think they're kind of stuck. So,
if Jordan's fleet was in Ionian right now, which is sort of where it ought to be, then this would be a much more secure pick for me. But as it is, I'm sort of picking just because I want to pick somebody who's not currently ahead.
I'm gonna go with Jason Gray in England.
That's legit because he's behind
He's
behind the lines and can sort of do things later whenever he wants to.
He's got no threats to himself. I don't know how much offensive power he has, but he's got a lot of security.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't think about him is just because it looks to me like Iberia is going to be clogged, Western Mediterranean is going to be clogged, Russia is going to be clogged. I'm just not, unless he figures out a way to stab Germany or something. I just can't figure out how he grows big enough. But I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, there's plenty of play left in this game.
We've got hashtag Tack on Twitch saying appreciate or loves the content. We appreciate you watching. Hashtag this is a really good game. So thank you to the players for giving us some quality content to cover. So you take a quick look at these adjustments, David or Katie, and then we'll just move on into spring.
Feeling a lot better about my Jason Gray pick. The convoy to Portugal is very cool, very fun. Big fan of that. Let's see. France is in Western Med with Italy retreating. Yep, there we go. Yeah, very cool. Italy's retreating to Tyrrhenian. So yeah, I think you're right, David. I think that Cody is playing Janissary for the EG, and so far it's working out great for England at least. And Germany, a lot of bounces, not a ton of progress. They did lose Bohemia. It got piffed, so always a bummer to play one unit down. I do think it's interesting. Italy didn't make a play for Munich at all. Instead is falling to Piedmont, which I think is a little strange, but maybe they just didn't think that Germany would support Marseille. Yeah, I guess it's a gamble. Maybe they thought that Germany would protect Munich instead. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that self-bounce in Munich that Micah did was probably not the right move there. Just go ahead and put your Bohemia guy into Munich, because otherwise this is very likely to happen. What else was
was a
Jordan
self-bounce. I
Yeah,
actually
what else
thought that was
was
an
Jordan
Austrian
going to
army.
do there except take Bohemia with support?
Yeah. And then leave, because take Bohemia and then leave. That's fine.
Jameson wants to know why there's no convoy in North Africa, because that's where the fleet goes in the fall, man.
Well, and North Africa is not a supply center, and Portugal is.
Wait, what?
You stay there. If you stay there, you get a dot out of it. Yeah, I guess Tunis wasn't guaranteed this year anyway. So, all right, we've got. Okay, so Micah's left Silesia, so sort of easing off of the east. At the same time, Jordan is leaving Bohemia, so a little bit of a separating of armies over on that line. And Albania is now finally in Ionia, so that's what David wanted to see. That's good. I'm really curious what Rum is going to do in Serbia. That's interesting.
That is interesting, and frankly, Bohemia to Vienna is somewhat interesting. I'm not sure I understand. There must be some kind of diplomatic play that he is trying with Micah here.
Yeah.
Which is maybe worth doing. I mean, you sort of have to upset the apple cart here somewhere, or the EG is going to overpower you.
If I am Italy in this position, I have klaxon going off, alarms, just alert, alert, alert. This is not at all what I would want to see. And I do have a tendency to sometimes overreact. But if I were in this position, I would have, through diplomacy, done my best to try and establish what some boundaries were. These boundaries would not be them. And I would be turning everything against Austria in this position. I could be wrong, often am, but I think Telna may be in trouble here. David, take a look at these adjustments, and then we'll move into 1907.
Not seeing anything of note in the adjustments. All right, 1907, Austria does in fact, let's see. No, they don't take Warsaw. Let's see what's happening here. All right, Ionian and Aegean is what I would have expected here. The self-bounce in Trieste and leaving the Austrian armies there must mean something, but I'm not sure what. Jordan has said in his comments that he had a deal, and that's why he left Bohemia, but then the Germans walk right in, which is exactly why you wouldn't want to leave Bohemia. So the whole thing is just puzzling to me. But anyway, let's see what else happens. The French continue their Janissary ways by going into the Gulf of Lyons, because that's what you do here when there's people behind your centers. English try to get into Western Med. There's really just some stalemate line stuff going on here. The German armies, again, marching away from the front, just like we saw Jordan do, going Kiel to Holland, Berlin to Kiel. I just find that interesting. There must be some kind of deal. There's nobody in Silesia. There must be some kind of deal here, but it's hard for me to read exactly what that deal is when the Austrians didn't go to Trieste. They just bounced themselves in Trieste. So then they kill the German army of Bohemia again. It's the second time our German army has gone to Bohemia to die, which is an interesting scenario. Russians are still sort of the tip of the spear here. They've gone into Prussia. English have said, thanks, Cody, but this is pretty much all we need you to do. So I'm going to go ahead and take Spain now. This might actually allow your pick, Katie, to be a good pick here. I thought Iberia was going to be clogged with Janissaries. They're not. They're being cleared of Janissaries by the English, so that could really make a big difference here. In addition to the fact that they're also in the Western Med.
Yeah.
And I was very wrong about Austria and Italy. Very much on the same page with Italy getting a build in Constantinople.
Which, I think Jordan's making a good move there. I don't think a stab of Italy would have made a whole lot of sense unless it was obvious that EG was going to fight. And how even could they fight in this scenario?
All right, Katie, take a look at those. And I do love the fleet Marseille.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? All right. So Austria gets into Warsaw.
Here comes Jason.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know why Aegean's hitting Con. I guess he was going to follow to it or something, but okay. Italy's moving west into Western Med, and yeah, Jason's backing out. Jason said, I got Iberia. What am I going to do? Waste 3 years of my life trying to get Tunis? No, I'm going to go after Germany. So they drop into North. They take Sweden. He's in English Channel. He's got a fleet in Brest. Did the army go to Gascony? So can at least cover Paris, maybe make a move. They're still fighting between Germany and Italy. So maybe Jason has got Italy on board, and maybe he'll get Marseille out of it, or maybe Cody will keep doing what Jason wants. But yeah, big move for Jason. That's exciting. Love to see it. Go Grays.
Yeah, there goes Denmark.
So Italy and Marseille. I think that's pretty good for Jason, probably. I mean, it's hard because if you have a Janissary, obviously sometimes they have nothing to lose by working with you, but often, their interests are really not your own. So, as a peace offering to get Italy, Marseille, that may have been a good move. However, the fleets are still coming, so it might not have really worked. Like the Italian fleets are still moving west, but Italy has a bigger problem, right? Because now Jordan's in Austria, is now in Bulgaria and in Greece. So Italy is going to go down 1. Austria's up 3 because he's in Warsaw now. England did get to Denmark and Sweden, so England's up 2. England's only up 1. And
Come on, Jordan. Again with the fleet, Trieste. Again with the fleet. Come on, you need 2 fleets. Let's see it happen.
So I do think this is worth pointing out. Thomas says there it's 6 hours, brain's exhausting. Most virtual diplomacy league games it's time limited, not year limited, but on average, most games in 1910. If they're playing slow, it'll be 1909. If they're playing fast, 1911, or super rarely 1912. But most games 1910. So keep that in mind as we're moving into the final stages of this game. Diplomacy is somewhat of an endurance game, and that mental fatigue is very real, especially if you're playing in a new format. You've got the technology stuff you're learning as well. So right now, it looks like both of y'all's picks are looking pretty solid, that one of them seems most likely to pull this out. Jordan Connor's currently in the lead with 10 centers over Jason Gray's 9 center England. Let's do one more round. Who do you like? Katie, are you sticking with Jason?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jordan's got Con, probably Smyrna immediately after, probably all of Turkey. So that's another 3 for him. I don't see Jason necessarily getting to 13. Germany's got a lot of armies there, and Jason doesn't. And I think Mike is going to be able to defend a lot better than the dots around Jordan. But I think it might depend a little bit on how upset Italy is about this. If Italy completely backs out and fights Jordan, then maybe Jason has a play for the top. So I don't know. I guess I'll stick with my answer just because I feel like I should. But now that I see the builds, I don't like it. I don't know why you would build a fleet in Liverpool here. I think you have to build an army. You have to I don't know. I don't love that. No, I'll switch. I'll be a coward and I'll switch to Austria.
I know the thinking behind that is that you're trying to plug the Italian in a leak that could happen in the Mid-Atlantic. But if the Italians are doing that, you've already lost, Jason.
Yeah, especially if you supported them into Marseille.
I can't help but compare Turkey right now to Neapolitan ice cream. There's 3 colors there. They're all yummy. And Jordan is going to go eat Neapolitan ice cream. That's what I said.
Yeah, this is wild. Is it me? I don't know if it's me.
I don't know. It's probably me.
Yep.
So Jordan does what you would expect, which is put the fleet in the Adriatic, move the army over, defend in Silesia, take Con. Jordan's doing Jordan things. Italy's coming back to try to defend, but will it be too late? I mean, probably a little late to make that much difference. England does not take a shot at German centers. England is sending fleets, I assume, to eventually go into the Mediterranean is the thinking here. Maybe Jason thinks he's got time to do that and intervene down there and make a difference, but I'm not sure the time is going to be there for that to matter. Now he goes back to the North Sea anyway. I mean, I really think he needed to try to shove into German centers there if he possibly could in order to race against Jordan. Jordan not only has eaten 2 of the 3 colors of the ice cream, he's gotten his army into Armenia. So he's going to eat the 3rd color here in just a minute, in addition to taking Venice. This is just seems to me as Jordan's game to lose here.
It looks like somebody ate all of the flavors and are leaving the strawberry behind. All right, we'll just keep pushing on through here. 1910. I feel like it. Correct me if either of y'all feel differently. I do not see a path for anyone to overtake Jordan Connors in this position.
No, but now should be pointed out that this game A would have been played differently and B would turn out differently if it was an unlimited game, because Jordan's position with the 1 fleet down there, well, there's 2 fleets, but you see what I mean, is not totally sustainable in the long run. But there is no long run. This game's going to be over soon, and he's going to have more centers than everybody else, barring some kind of bizarre throwing incident, which is actually hard to even see how that would happen here. And he takes Munich, because why not?
Well, maybe it'll be keep throwing Jordan. Why did that happen? That was in Berlin.
Well, there were 3 armies there.
Because
Micah had to defend against somebody, and Micah decided to defend Belgium instead of helping to defend Munich.
Yeah, you defend against the person who stabbed you and not the other person.
Can't argue with that.
And and I think England going for St. Pete's never going to happen because Jordan doesn't want England getting another center. So yeah, this is.
Just goes to show you.
Italy keeps.
Just goes to show you, Austria can lose that initial fleet, have it be killed, turn into an army power, and still do well, particularly in a time-limited game. Plus, you can really do well if you got Jordan playing your pieces.
Wow.
That was a very entertaining game. Congratulations to Jordan Connors making their Virtual Diplomacy League debut this season with a 14 center Austrian board top. I'd have to go back and check, but I believe that's going to be, if not the highest, definitely among the highest Austrian center counts that we've seen this season. Jason Gray had a very impressive game as well. And I mean, really, this until probably 1908, this game could have broken lots of different directions. Micah Blom having a good early game showing. Telna, I loved that position. Welcome to the Virtual Diplomacy League. You took what can be a really frustrating position with France moving in the med early. And yeah, was not able to stop the stab at the end, but definitely was a player moving into the final places of the game. So really,
I also
go ahead.
I also just want to say it's being able to stop the stab is almost impossible in that position. I mean, what are you going to do? You have to defend against somewhere. In order to defend against France, you have to move everything to the west. And you're kind of just waiting for someone in the east to take advantage. A lot of times it's Turkey, sometimes it's Austria. And, if you're getting along with your Austrian ally, like, why defend? Why you have to, I don't know. You're just so limited in what you can do. And I feel like that's one of those situations where you're really forced into something. And it's really hard to feel like I don't think any of us are saying you should have done something differently. That's all.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Could not agree with that more. That sometimes there's just nothing you can do. I also wanted to just make a quick shout out to Bradley Gates for actually surviving that game in St. Petersburg. That was quite a dynamic attempt to survive with all sorts of different centers at different times. Way to go, Bradley.
All right. Well, we will thank you all for watching. We had some good good action in the chat as well. So thank you for the insight, especially to the players. If you like what you're watching, please like and subscribe to the channel. Doing so helps boost the signal on the game of diplomacy, helps spread the word about this game that we enjoy so much, brings in some new players to the hobby. So. All right, well, let's go ahead and do another one. Katie, I'm going to go ahead and have you swap with David. So you'll take the lead on this one while we wait for Karthik to join. And we'll go ahead and move on to our next game. All right, we got Karthik in the house. So Karthik, we will have you join. David, we're going to give you a break. And game 180, Karthik, will have, or Katie, I'm going to have you on lead. Karthik, you'll be on color, so you can fill in what are the storylines we should be watching for based off this lineup of players.
That's you, Karthik. I think
Oh, yeah.
because I did it last time.
So I think that Jason Bennett and Craig Mayer are probably two of the people who know each other the best on this board. They played quite frequently, I think, with each other. Both of them are from different laurels, one in Maryland, one in Montana. And I think that, like, you know, they're familiar enough with each other's play styles that I'm really curious to see whether they decide to work with each other in RT, or if Jason or Craig says, to hell with you, I'm going to work with Austria against the other. So very curious to see what happens there. In the West, we have Noah and John, who's a fake AI apparently, who neither of them I'm very familiar with. But then we have Christian Brown, who's been like a perennial player. So curious to see how he does as well.
Yeah, we get Justin and Laura coming in off that solo from last week. I'm curious to see two things. One, how will the other players react to Justin? Will they respond to them being in first place? And the second thing, and I think this is the one I'm more interested in, how does Justin decide to play? Like with a solo under your belt, like you've got a lot of points to kind of play with. Does Justin continue trying to go for the big scores? Does he say, hey, I'm going to just be a good ally, give me a strong second, that kind of thing? It's always fun to see how somebody who's in the lead responds and how everyone else responds to it. So, all right, so going into spring of 1901, Katie, give you the odd years. Karthik, you'll do the even, and we'll move quickly.
All right. We've got another DMZ in black, with Craig and Jason appearing to work well together so far. Craig's moving that fleet out probably to counter any sort of AI shenanigans early on. In the West, I think everything is pretty standard except for the bounce in Burgundy. Sometimes that's agreed. I'm curious if it was agreed. I don't particularly like it because I think it's kind of a waste of both people's units, but we'll see. I think that could be, I think it could be agreed, and I don't think that this really tells us. There's no spicy openings, I think, from this. One thing that bounce in Belgium does, or sorry, in Burgundy does, is it lets England walk into Belgium. You know, there's nothing that can even bounce that army, so why not convoy it in? You've got Norway, so 2 builds for Noah in England. That's fun. We'll see if that army in Belgium dies, and if it does, we'll shout out Siobhan. Isaac takes Tunis with the army and also walks into Trieste. You've got to think that's not planned, because if you're walking into Trieste, you're probably, well, I don't know. I guess you do want the fleet in Ionian. It could be an AI. I'd be a little surprised if Justin agrees to it, since he's got a solo, which means he knows how to play the game better than I do, because I don't solo, but I wouldn't agree to that if I were Austria. Yeah, I don't think anything is super exciting except for that potential indication that there's some AI fighting, but I just like the bounce in Burgundy, I think it could be agreed.
Yeah, I think one way to see builds, like if he drops 2 fleets, like, you know, maybe Austria says, oh, bygones be bygones. If we see a fleet and an army, then I think Trieste has to be taken back.
Yeah, when the loan of Trieste first became popular, it was not atypical to have a two-build Italy and build double fleets and either negotiate, hey, I'm going west early, or I'm going to just accelerate the Lepanto. Over time, the tempo play to move into Aegean became more popular, so which I do think is a better way to do this, but it's certainly possible. I've done this particular AI pretty often, but yeah, I agree with you, Karthik. That army is going to be if there's an army built in Venice, that tells us everything we need to know. Katie, the question I always have is if you are a spring 1901 England with two builds, what are you putting down?
I like one of each. I think England should try to build armies when you can, and who's going to really complain about an army build in 01? I would put one of each. I'd probably put the fleet in Eddie because I think it's less telegraphing, but it just depends on how strongly you feel about one of your neighbors.
Someone who will complain about an army is David Hood.
Well, he's not here.
I'll complain about it as well, just be clear. Unless I'm England, in which case, great idea to build the army.
All right, Noah making David Hood proud. And we do see the army in Venice, so let's keep an eye on that. Karthik, as you take us into 1902.
Sure. So at first I thought England was going to be really happy to see those builds from France, like, seeing Fleet Marseille, and then with the Fleet London, Fleet Eddie build, clearly a signal of trust there. And then something must have gone wrong in negotiations because we see North Sea sliding down into the into London. We see London go to the English Channel and Edinburgh sliding to the North Sea in this weird, like, dizzy-jolt chain that I just don't view as entirely necessary. And then by doing so, we see Noah basically conceding the entire Scandinavia area to Jason when this probably didn't need to happen.
It didn't need to happen because Germany could have easily tapped Sweden. So I wonder if that was a mistake or something they overlooked. Or
I don't think it's I think it's a mistake or an overlook because clearly we see England support Munich into Burgundy. So there's clearly some sort of working relationship between England and Germany here. And I think the EG, with their tactical mistakes, kind of are dropping the ball here in a way that may be damaging to them in the future. Italy, though, makes it clear that this was not arranged, that this is war, and unfortunately, I think prosecutes the war wrong by failing to get John on side. This allows Germany to support the unit into Trieste, and thus blowing up the army when the army gets convoyed to Albania, forcing Italy to play down one and at risk of losing Venice. That's a real risk that does exist. In fact, it can be guaranteed if the right orders are written. And that's just a really bad position to be put in as Isaac, who's a really good player. Justin, though, clearly showing his chops. I mean, he soloed last time. I'm a big fan of Austrian soloers, and therefore kudos to him.
Did he
in the
solo
meantime,
as Austria?
though, we see Craig taking advantage of Austria fighting Italy correctly by supporting himself into Greece. So we can see, I think, the real winners of all of this will be the Juggernaut. Probably Jason twice because he's winning in both the north and in the south.
Yeah, what a dream 0-2 for Russia. I mean,
Yes.
He's got Norway. There's no way it can be taken back. He's also got a lot of flexibility with that being an army. A lot of times Germany will want to see you immediately move the fleets towards England, but he doesn't
do that.
Under any pressure to do that. Yeah, that's really nice. He can.
And then even nicer though is the fact that all the Turkish fleets are also just moved all the way south. There's no threat to the Black Sea. It's clear moving to Serbia. Got the nice army in Galicia to drop into Budapest whenever. Easy ability to backfill. And yeah, this retreat kind of sucks, but you're in the Baltic Sea now. So is that really the worst thing in the world? Yeah. Not really. And the only bad thing is he's not building, but whatever.
He should be
I think
next
that
year. Right?
France and Russia can work together here if they do it right. I think if Jason can get in Christian's ear and come to an agreement on what the tactics should be, the FR should be able to beat the EG quite handily given the position.
Can I shout out Craig to build Craig as Turkey in 0-2? It's a great Russian position to be in, but it's even better for Turkey. I think this is really pretty beautiful.
So much yellow. On the
And
board.
he's already got fleet superiority on Italy. This is great. Wow, I would love this Turkish position. Really nice.
Well, not only that, but also has really good incentive to stick with Russia from this position. Russia
Right,
has
exactly.
growth
And-
opportunities that don't necessarily force them going into Turkish center. So I completely agree.
And I just want to call out one thing. So, like, normally in the modern game of diplomacy, the Juggernaut, which is once one of the most feared alliances in the game, doesn't work very often. And the reason why that tends to be is because of greater AI cohesion and greater EG cohesion when they see an RT happen. Here in this game, we see EG not coming together perfectly on the tactics, but like, still kind of working together. And then we see AI completely at war with each other, which I think should allow, so long as Craig doesn't come up with a weird stab at some point in the game, a really strong Juggernaut, and showing why, for all those decades, it used to be one of the most feared alliances in the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna see whether Isaac decides to help or hinder the Juggernaut from this position. It's always a tough decision when you're in this particular Italian position.
Help. He said, I'll help you. So he takes Trieste. At the same time, Jason is taking Budapest and dropping 7 to Rum. And he keeps all of, well, this is a spring, so it doesn't really matter. But so far, he's still got his stuff in the north. I like the tap on Kiel. Why not? Like, it's a chaos fleet. And also, it's really smart because, well, that's not true because Burgundy retreated to Munich, so now there are 2 on, but it doesn't matter. It's good progress for the RT. It's looking good. Craig is moving his fleet out to Eastern Med. He could have taken Ionian here, but he could just take it in the fall. England is sort of backing off of. Nope, England's not backing off France. I'm sorry. England is setting up to take MAO, and he'll do that in the fall, I assume, especially since Spain went to Marseille, which I think is probably I understand it was preventing the retreat from Burgundy, but I don't think that that's really what he wanted to happen, because I think Christian is going to lose MAO, and I think that that's going to really break open his defenses, and I think England's going to have a great time in France.
Karthik, question for you. If you are Russia,
Yeah.
you're allying with Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to have Italy building in Trieste here?
Yes. I probably want the ability to choose between Russia. Sorry, as Russia, I want the ability to choose between Italy and Turkey here, based on who I trust more and who I think is a better ally. This is going to be more of a playing the board and playing the people rather than playing the tactics type deal. But I want the option for sure. And I think letting them be in Trieste, especially if they offer me Vienna, very, very good reason for the Italians to be in Trieste.
Katie, would you as Turkey understand that? I know you wouldn't be happy with it, but would this be a line that you would say, hey, if we're doing this as an ally, you can't allow that to happen?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit of a warning because you don't want Italy building, obviously. I guess my thought is it's pretty hard to complain about the Turkish position, and I think if I were Turkey, I would be a little bit understanding if Russia, well, not if you wanted more options, but if he had a way to guarantee Vienna, say, like if Italy promised help into Vienna and is going to make sure that Jason got Vienna next year, I think if I were Craig, I'd be like, that's fine. Let's get you into Vienna. You take Budapest. You've got your 2 from here. We'll figure out Trieste later. I'm going to go get Italian dots. So it's a little bit of a warning, but I think I would be okay with Jason doing it personally. If Karthik's going to say we'll play the players, not the position, I would be okay with Jason doing it.
Right.
Yeah. So here's.
Sorry. You go.
Yeah. So here's Jason getting into Vienna. I mean, he's got his 2 builds here. And it's not just that, he's also found an English friend, right? Like England is stabbing Germany and taking Denmark with Russian help. Also tapping Norway, but maybe that's just to keep Jason honest. I'm not sure, but conflict between England and Germany is definitely what Russia wants to see here, along with getting 2 builds. I mean, this is a pretty great turn for him, for Jason. And at the same time, Craig's an Ionian. So yeah, the Juggernaut just keeps trucking. They're going to take, well, assuming they stay together, which I see no reason to break up if I'm either of them. So they'll probably take Trieste next year. even with the German army coming into Bohemia, Russia's got 2 builds. I don't think that's really a threat at all.
Well, in that result, we say farewell to Justin.
Oh.
League leader played the solo tax. All right,
Yeah.
so there you go. And we get a very important build for Italy. And one question I had for you, Katie. It looks like Noah kind of moved those fleets north, but was also kind of working with Jason. Do you think that was a just covering my bases kind of thing, or are you expecting a shift in approach here?
No, I think this is you're not Katie, Karthik. I think this is a real stab on Germany. I think you can certainly work with Jason for another year and then maybe decide he wants Scandinavia the following year. I think moving fleets north is great for him, whether he wants to fight Russia or Germany. And right now he has the excuse that he's fighting Germany, which only helps him fight Russia later. So I think that's pretty great for him. And he built an army. Sorry, David.
All right, Karthik, 1904.
Perfect. So just like Katie said, hit the nail on the head. Couldn't have said it better myself, because apparently I'm not Katie. So Denmark to force North Sea into Helgoland, blowing up that fleet, which is exactly what you want to have happen when you're England. You want to make sure that there are as few fleets in the north as possible. And now there's only the fleet in the Baltic Sea. And hopefully at some point, Noah can take care of that one as well. Then we see really good EF action here. We see Holland supporting Burgundy into Ruhr. And that should basically guarantee that Kiel falls in the fall.
Or Munich.
And then Munich also is at risk. So this is a really, really fun setup for all of them. Actually, I take that back. Both Kiel and Munich are guaranteeable in the fall. So fantastic there. Then we see Italy basically stuck between a rock and a hard place as the French fleets come steaming in, whether to help or to hinder. But we see the Turks moving their units around, locking up the board for the Italians, and then putting themselves in position to take Trieste in the fall. And unfortunately, I think this is where Jason loses the optionality that he would have wanted, because with Italy pinned and unable to be useful, he kind of has to choose Turkey here. So I think exactly for the reasons that you said, Katie, it makes sense for a Turkish in that strong a position to be saying like, hey, Jason, take Vienna if you need to take Vienna, do what you need to do there. But we're still working together, right? And this is why it ends up working out. So now here we see the Turks getting Trieste, showing that Craig played this whole situation diplomatically correctly. We see Kiel and Munich fall as I predicted. Berlin. Goner. Rest in peace, Germany.
Bye,
John, my Mr. Fake AI. It was nice knowing you. I don't get why you're a fake AI. Would love an explanation on that, but cool beans. We see the convoy misorder, unfortunately for Noah, which will slow progress a little bit there and leave him potentially a little bit more vulnerable to a French stab in the future. But I think it's somewhat easily rectifiable, so not a huge deal. And then we see just Jason chilling in Norway and St. Petersburg. Yeah, just truly chilling.
Can we play Who Do You Want to Be now, or is it too early for that?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Katie, we'll let you go first.
I actually really like the English position a lot. I think I want to be England. But I prefer playing Turkey, so it would be really tempting to say Craig. But those French fleets there are there to help Italy. So he is going to be, I think, facing an uphill battle. I want to be England. This is a cool position.
Right.
Although he did build a fleet, and I wish he built an army.
I was going to choose England for many of the same reasons that you did, Katie. But since you chose England, I'm going to choose Turkey here. I think Turkey will have slow to minimal growth from 1904 to 1906. But I think 07, 08, 09, France will get antsy or get stabbed by England, which will allow Italian dots to flow to Turkey. I think England will try to stab Russia, forcing the Russian position north. I think Turkey, if Turkey plays it right, has a very good argument to get Romania blown up so that Russia can deal with that and build a fleet in the north. I mean, if Russia doesn't agree to that, I have some very, very big klaxons going off there. Yeah. And I think all this points to a situation where if Craig plays it right, he should win this board.
But to go off something you said earlier, there are only 2 fleets in the north
Yeah.
that aren't English.
Yeah,
So
very true.
So no love for either of you for our board leader, Jason Bennett.
I think he has a lot of problems between a strong England with no threats and a strong Turkey with no real threats.
Well, and also it depends how impatient Craig is going to be. If Craig wants to keep the slow grind against Italy going, you know, they have the armies. They'll probably get Venice, and then, you know, then Italy will fall. But it will take a couple years. And if Craig is patient, then I think Jason's okay. But if he's not, then he might have to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Katie, spring of 05.
All right. So let's see. Repositioning from the Turks, still a lot of RT cooperation. I think getting those armies sort of away from Russia is probably a big sigh of relief for Jason. They're clearly also going anti-Italy. The one thing I wonder is, I expected to see Vienna in Tyrolia, like the Russian unit. This is very much like Turkey wants all of Italy. Maybe there's an agreement where Russia will backfill. I'm not sure. And then we've got England dropping into the Channel. So turning on France. England's dead, continuing the alliance with Jason, which I think kind of makes sense, right? I mean, you could use four units to take Norway and St. Pete, and then what then? Like maybe get a jump start on Christian while you have the chance. And St. Pete's really not going anywhere, to be honest. Like, especially if Jason's going to keep holding there and he doesn't build in the north anymore, like you'll have opportunities for that. So I like this from England, I think.
I agree. I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, oh, sorry, I misread the arrows. All right, so he drops into Irish and NAO, so he'll have NAO. I'm sorry, and he'll have NAO this next turn, and also moves Holland into Belgium. So just sort of moving units towards the French, continue cooperation or at least peace with the Russians. Craig does get into Venice. I have to say it's faster than I expected, although I don't know why, because it was guaranteed last spring. So good for Greg. He's got what is it called? A brace of Ionian? I don't know. He supported himself there. So whatever that's called, that was a smart move. I also kind of like Russia sneaking, or sorry, Christian and France sneaking into Rome. On the one hand, that's like Isaac's going down and probably Turkey's going to be the winner. But at the same time, Christian does have his own problems. And I think, that unit could help slow down Turkey, or it could get him a build that he can defend his homeland with. And maybe that'll be worth it.
Right.
Hard to tell.
I think it's the right move from Christian here. I think he's basically saying like, hey, I need the build. Hey, Turkey, you're Russia's problem now. Russia, deal with it. And just trying
Turkey
to do
did not like it. Turkey did not like it. I'm sorry, Italy.
Yeah, right. Of course,
Isaac did not like it. I think Nexel is Isaac, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Winter of 1905. We've got France and Turkey both building one. Give you a second to look at that, Karthik, and then let's move into spring of 06.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, well done. I
knew it was
love
coming.
that convoy. I was wondering when it was going to come. About time. Convoy to Apulia is beautiful. I'm curious what's up with the move from Tyrolia to Trieste. Is it defensive? Is it Craig getting paranoid? Is it Craig saying, hey, time to attack Russia? Very curious to see what happens there. But the convoy to Apulia, I just want to call that out. Craig, I love you for that, man. Well done. Then we see Russia moving on Munich. Not much Christian could have done there really to stop it. I mean, he could have had Burgundy support it, but I think you have to kind of choose at a certain point who you want to go down to and who you want to fight back against. And he's choosing to fight back against England. England has done him the most wrong. Makes perfect sense to me. Christian is moving into position to defend himself against Noah with fleets. Maybe a little too too late. Especially with Isaac saying, hey, remember how you screwed me there, buddy? Let me pay it forward. So I'm really excited to see the fall of 06 when it comes up, because that's going to be some very, very juicy play right there. And, Very, very well played by Christian, managing to blow up the army in Belgium. Siobhan was right. That is where English armies go to die, just a lot later than we all expected.
Ooh.
We see the loss of Brest, however, but I think that's a trade that I would accept. Brest can be given up. Who cares? Let me get rid of the let me get rid of that Belgian army. England's in
Russia.
deep trouble though.
Yeah.
As Kiel falls, Munich is kept open. Great negotiation by Christian. Great play by Jason on agreeing to it. Christian and Jason doing exactly what they need to do in the north right here. Sweden also falls. Awful, awful turn for Noah. But unfortunately, it's how the cookie crumbles. I think he played really well this game. So kudos to Noah for up until now.
It's not over. He's not dead yet. We don't need a eulogy just yet.
Sorry, Katie, you picked him. He's getting his eulogy.
Right. Net results: Noah's England goes down 1. Craig Mayer goes up 1. We've got Isaac Jukes holding on for dear life in Tunis, and Jason Bennett coming from not really behind, but it sure feels like kind of coming from behind. I think David Hood always says at this point in the game, you can pretty much subtract 2 centers from the count for Russia, and that is kind of how it feels right now. So Jason Bennett making the move when he needed. Will it be enough? We'll find out.
So I will say, I think that's true 90% of the time. I think this is one of the few times where it isn't. I think he has a really stable position with a lot of his enemies in positions not really to do much to him. But Karen,
I really like the RT. I think that the bounce in black was negotiated. And I think that neither of them have incentive to stab. They're both in really, really good positions. And it's hard to see them gaining anything by fighting the other, except maybe to prevent the other from topping the board. But I think that would be a waste of their time, to be honest. They've still got a lot of progress they can make. I really like Jason just walking into Norway. I fully expected that fleet to go to Barents and to play a little safer, and he just did it, and it worked, and that's always fun. Craig takes Rome, so there's another one for Turkey. I think France is in Brest and in Holland, right? So Christian, this is the spring, but Christian may be up too. I think he can defend everything, right? If he goes to Marseille in Spain, and
could Christian Brown?
Well, he could lose Munich.
Top this board.
I think he only tops if R or T stabs, and I don't think they should do that. But he could if they do. Yeah, I think all this in the West is very negotiated. Craig is in Tunis and Rome. Jason is in Munich and Denmark. I love this. Look at this RT. This is so beautiful. Fun. This is so good. Oh, I really like this. All right. And then, Christian does get his 2, but loses Munich. So he's going to be building go RT. This is really fun. I like this a lot. That's cool.
It's so rare we get to see this, so it's so nice when we do. Build basically what you expect. Makes sense.
I don't think it's rare. I fully expected Craig to play an Alliance game.
All right. And this is why they call it Juggernaut. It's unbeatable now. We've got fleets on both, be able to build fleets on both sides of the board. Really difficult to, actually impossible to put up a traditional stalemate line because of that. And everyone else on the board knows it too. Game in.
Jason. Not bad.
Jason Bennett, 13 center, Russian top. Congratulations.
This is a really cool game. Also, I want to point out, like when we were talking about, the English fleet superiority in the north, and then 2 years in a row, Jason pops down a fleet in north. And I think it's hard for Russia sometimes to build a fleet north coast because you often have a unit there that's blocking it. That's part of your defense or whatever. So the opportunity is really cool. This is really good.
All right, Katie, go to you to wrap this game up. What did you learn or take away from that game?
I don't know. I think that we just had 2 players who found each other and stuck to an alliance early. And I didn't see any move that made me think they were second guessing or, keeping each other in check. All the bounces were like, well, we have nothing better to do. We might as well keep each other in check, but not in it seemed very trusting. And I don't think either of them had the board position to stab. And I think it worked out well, obviously, and it was fun to watch. So congratulations to both of them, and especially Jason for topping.
Yeah, thank you to all of our players. That was another really, really fun one. All right, let's give Katie a break. Thank you, Katie. We're going to welcome back David Hood. David, I don't know if you got to catch that game. Any thoughts on what you saw?
Well, one thing I wanted to say was, and I think this has already been mentioned, there are many different ways to play even a timed game and even a league game. Sometimes you play Balance of Power, sometimes you play Strong Alliance, sometimes you play somewhere in between. But this is just a game that shows you that a Strong Alliance can definitely work. And even if it just narrows the field to 2, there's nothing wrong with narrowing the field to 2 and hoping that you're one of those, that you're the one of the 2 that gets on the top. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. Lots of ways to play this game, lots of ways to win. That's what makes it fun, keeps us all playing. Speaking of all playing, we're going on to VDL 181 Arctic Monkeys. And we've got Karthik, I'm going to put you on top for this one. David, why don't you introduce our players and help us set up some storylines?
All right, we've got our Iron Man Cody Green playing a second board. We've got Captain Gaming, who told me privately earlier today that he was going to be the youngest World DipCon winner when he wins World DipCon. I said, by all means, man, let's do it. Brandon Dix, we've seen him play some great VDL games in the past, and really glad to see him back here. He's already in 4th place and trying to really make his mark here in the league this season. Dan Frank, I'm not familiar with, but it's great to see him here. I know it looks like he's played before, but I don't remember his play. Roney, I was happy to meet just a couple of weeks ago, and so did Karthik at DixieCon. He made his face-to-face tournament debut. It was great to meet him. He played really well in DixieCon scoring. Matthew Tatanchi, one of the real stars from last season. It's great to see him back. And Andrew Bykoff, thanks for coming to join us here on League Night and in VDL here as the Turk.
Oh, man, this is a really great lineup. We've got a couple players that may not be ranked the highest, but have played in past seasons, making their season debut and have done very well. So lots of talent on this board. Looking forward to watching this one. And Karthik, Spring of 1901, take us away.
Sure. So I think we see in the North largely standard openings, especially one that David Hood would like from Brandon Dix, going to both Picardy and to Burgundy, trying to make that play for Belgium early. One thing I want to call out that is kind of older school is the move from Kiel to Holland, showing that also Germany wanted to assert their presence in Holland at the expense of conceding the argument over Denmark and Sweden. In the South, we see the army in Venice moving to Tyrolia, where it seems to want to have its, influence made on both the North and Munich, and then also potentially be able to duck down into Trieste for the arranged trade, or potentially just for an attack. Then in the South, we see the classic Ankara to Black Sea, Smyrna to Ankara, bounce, showing that Russia and Turkey want to work with each other, have some level of trust, and we'll see where we go from there. Now, in the fall, we see something interesting that we don't really see that often. We see Roney trying to make a play for Vienna. I'm not sure why he did that. I feel like if you're going to make a stab, you probably would go for Trieste, having that Vienna bounces with Galicia, leaving you free to go for it. I guess he thought that Vienna was going to go for Trieste for some reason, and that there was an agreed upon DMZ and negotiate with Russia. So perhaps that's it. And then in the South, though, we see Ankara sliding into Constantinople while Smyrna slides into Ankara, showing there's a lot of good feelings between the RT here. With the Russians in Galicia, I'm really excited to see if this is enough to see the same Juggernaut-style game that we saw last round. In the North, we see the Germans support North Sea into Denmark rather than there being a scuffle over it, which I find really interesting. We see the Russians walk into Sweden unopposed. If I'm Captain Gaming, I'm very, very happy with this position. Gives me the chance to potentially get the Baltic earlier than normal. Gives me a chance to make a play for Sweden and just take the North for myself. Just very, very good. The one downside I see for Captain Gaming, though, is that France is going to be building 3, picking up Belgium, Spain, and Portugal in a wild turn.
Yeah, you don't really see the German fleet going to Holland in the beginning of the game and then not doing anything in the fall very often. This is Dan making a diplomatic play to both of his neighbors. We'll see how this turns out.
Right.
So,
No, sometimes you try to have two friends and you find yourself with none. So very curious to see how this plays out.
That happens to you a lot, Karthik, right? You should just really stick to having one friend.
David, who soloed your last tournament?
You had one friend. It worked out just fine.
Yep.
all right.
All right.
So we'll just go ahead, David. I'll let you take a quick look here, and then we'll just move on, see how they're using these adjustments in O2.
Yeah, I didn't see anything of great note. All right. The French are not listening to that. They're supporting themselves to Burgundy. That's really not a position that seems all that friendly to the Germans. And they already have enough units to go jump in Piedmont. So that really, Rony didn't have enough to worry about with RT looking moves. Now they got to worry about the French coming, because Portugal to Spain south coast is also not a pro-Italian situation. Looking in the north there, you would expect Captain Gaming here to maybe go for Sweden, and he does. Losing Norway to Russia temporarily, but that's probably can you do something about that? Because guess what the Germans are doing? Going east. So this really is Dan trying to be friendly with both of his western neighbors and taking a shot instead at Tatanchi's Warsaw. We'll see how that goes. In the east, the only other thing I would point out is that there's not even really an attempt by the RT to take a shot at anything. They're just holding and supporting here, which is an interesting way to play. Fall turn, Norway does fall to the Russians, as one might expect in this situation. The Russians do prevent, as they can, the Germans from taking Warsaw. And France rewards the Germans going east by going to Ruhr and Munich, which is unfortunately a common way that Germany is rewarded for going east. The Italians are setting up to deal with the French, but it looks like the French are just using Piedmont as a springboard, which is often a way you do that. You go to Tyrolia and you're going around the whole Switzerland problem. Now you got another army to deploy against your German enemy. That's what the French are doing because they're holding in Spain and in the Mid-Atlantic.
All right, winner of O2. We've got Russia having to disband one, chooses Galicia. We've got England building one. Katie's got to be happy with that army build. Move into spring 03, Karthik.
Yep. So we see just how fortuitous getting that army in Tyrolia was for the French, as they managed to support it into Munich with ease. We see the English seem to make more aggressive moves on the Russians as they convoy their army into Norway while sliding Norway into Barents. We see London slide into Wales just as a sort of, hey, trust but verify type deal. And we see Brandon Dix hold both of his fleets. I think that's probably the right call. Don't antagonize England here. Don't antagonize Italy here. Make sure Germany dies, and then choose which direction to go later, depending on what the board tells you. By not moving aggressively, this allows him to defend himself in Marseille in the fall if need be, while also keeping his options open. In the south, we see Austria helping Russia into Bulgaria, which answers my question of why didn't Vienna tap Galicia and tell Germany to take Warsaw? It's because Russia and Austria have come to an agreement. This is a really, really strong position for the RA alliance, and potentially an AIR given the fact that Trieste supported Venice into Tyrolia. So I'm curious to see if Cody gets pinched in the middle here, or if he finds some way to turn the other one of their allies into potential growing ground for their dots. So let's go see what happens in 19.
One thing I didn't mention at the end of last turn, and I should have, was the Russian fleet going into the Black Sea. Was that something that was okay with the Turks or not okay with the Turks? The answer is not. That's why the Turks went back with their army. So that's clearly was a precursor to this attack.
Mm-hmm. And Katie always says, don't take Munich as France. We see this working out pretty well for them, actually, as both Holland and Kiel fall. We see Mao slide down to Western, and we see Serbia actually betraying, maybe it was with agreement. We see Budapest taking Romania. Given the fact that there are no other moves on the Russians and that Austria is sliding to Venice, I'm inclined to believe that is by agreement. In the north, we see St. Petersburg fall, and also the England enabling the French quite heavily around Germany as well. So it seems that Captain Gaming is getting most of what he wants to have happen as he takes decisive control of the north and also helps his French neighbor start to move south, as we see the Mid-Atlantic Ocean go there as well. So
and he's got a lovely defensive army in Wales.
Exactly. Lovely defensive army in Wales. I think Captain Gaming is playing this exactly right.
All right, winner of 1903. We've got Brandon putting down 2 more fleets, and we've got continued losses in Russia. Cody Green putting down 2 armies in the middle of the board. We'll see where they go as we move into 04. David.
Well, one of them's going to Tyrolia because they need to go ahead and follow up on this, attack on the Italians. Turks convoying to Greece is fun to see. With support of the Italians, because Roni's looking for some kind of friendship here. Armenia to Sev is something that is that supported by the Austrian move? It was supported by the Austrian move, even though that was cut. It's interesting that it was being supported. French are coming. The French are coming. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. How about 3 if by both? They're certainly coming by sea right now, but they're eventually going to be coming by land too, because Munich is dead. So those armies are going to have to go somewhere. So French are coming. English are coming. The French are coming. This is EF domination. And here they come some more. Tuscany. It's too bad they don't have an army to put there, but it's still cool to go there with a fleet in this situation. They do lose Marseille, I just realized. They didn't really need to do that. They could defend Munich with just 1 army. So not going Burgundy to Marseille might be a little too cute for Brandon. Maybe he was hoping to build another fleet in Marseille. But what's worse than filling up Marseille with your own unit? Filling it up with an Italian unit. That's worse.
Right.
So probably should have covered that. Captain Gaming, how's he doing in here? He's got his other army in the same. He's pumping armies into Russia, which is exactly what the E of the EF wants to do in this situation, in addition to killing off the last of the Germans. This is still a really good EF position, but that Piedmont to Marseille is an irritant.
Right. And I think that's perfect for Captain Gaming, because no harm off his skin, but
we've got a little insight from Brandon, offered Janissary, so maybe that's an intentional choice. So
all right, then.
Little gambit there. And then
I like it.
I do want to call out something else. Captain Gaming saying the Brest build scared him, but clearly both sides found a way to continue going, and I think that's just evidence of there's, again, lots of ways to play this game, and sometimes if you're making progress against the opposite side of the board and you've got opportunities to go against the line, maybe you don't need to make those moves, and you can see the value of some trust there.
Yeah, actually, the French needed to build 2 fleets there. Another army there wouldn't have done a whole lot of good. It would have been better to wave than to build an army there. So it certainly worked out well for the EF.
Yeah. All right.
For Janissary, that does change the equation if the Italians are really just a Janissary.
Winner of 1904, we've got a tie for the board top between both Western powers, England and France. David, we'll go to you, or Karthik, we'll go to you first. Who do you like to win this game?
I like England. I think this is a really, really good English position. They have the armies on the board. They have the fleet in the Baltic Sea, which I love. And I think France is going to have some trouble with the Italians, potentially, if it's not a Janissary and if Roni decides to go wild. Yeah, I think the English position is really, really strong here.
I agree with that. I think if you were going to make an argument for the French position, you would say if the Italians are just going to play nice and be the tip of the spear, then that really helps the French a lot, because eventually they can take those centers without much effort. But clearly England is in a stronger position right this minute.
All right. Well, as we move into winter of 1904, give you a second to look at those. And
just one quick comment about the builds. Some people will say that playing England correctly means you should have at this point in the game, you should have about the same armies than fleets. I typically think that's not true, that England needs to have more fleets. But this England has 4 armies, 4 fleets. So we'll see how that goes for Captain Gaming.
I tend to agree with you, David. I think that given how many provinces in the north are coastal provinces, you want a lot of fleets to be able to have that sort of naval superiority, and then knowing that you can also use them to attack those coastal provinces, more than fine. But yeah, I think in this case, Captain Gaming is making largely the correct choices, because where he is right now, there's no need for those fleets. But yeah, in the south, we see Cody Green making attacks on Russia quite successfully, taking Bulgaria without much opposition. But at the same time, seemingly walking Romania up until the front. So I think Bulgaria may be okay with the Russians to have for the moment, given the fact that Black Sea did not take the Constantinople given support there, and also Galicia is going up to Silesia with Warsaw support. And there's fighting into Tyrrhenian Sea, but the French get Tunis, and that's really what matters here.
Well, if this really was a puppet, Italian puppet, the puppet just attacked the guy that had the hand in the puppet. So this was never a Janissary thing. This must have either Roni never meant it or he didn't follow through with being a Janissary.
Right.
Well, good news is for Brandon, it was a fairly low risk play. Could probably take Marseille back, but you do risk a very annoying Italian fleet or army in Gascony if that's the case. So I'll keep my eye to see what happens there.
No harm if mixing a Gascony. You just follow the guy around and don't really care. Like, I think that's probably one of the biggest issues with mid-level players and like people trying to move to the next level is they overfixate on raiders behind them. And it's one of the easiest traps to fall into.
Before we go into the fall, I wonder if Captain Gaming, I was wondering if he's tempted to stab here, but it is not. He got convoys to Prussia instead.
Yeah, I think that's the right call for now. I think try to get Moscow, Warsaw if you can, and then make the stab. Because then you'll have basically everything you need from France. You'll have that stable sort of backbone to go after them with. And I mean, given the fact that France is going up 2 this turn, probably not the right time to stab anyways. But he was tempted. And then here we see, very, very cute. Unfortunately, despite the cuteness of the RA tactics, they kind of actually lose to Turkey quite hard. The convoy for Bulgaria to Sevastopol was very, very fun. But in exchange for getting that 1 dot of Turkey, Austria loses Romania and Russia loses Bulgaria. So I'm not sure if they thought out everything that they were going for, as well as they thought out what was going to be really, really cool for the DBN stream.
It almost looks like it's arranged, though. Why would you do some kind of convoy like that unless it was somehow arranged? Because Galicia didn't do anything. Galicia could have gone to Romania. So this looks like some kind of arrangement. I don't know exactly why or what the theory of it is. But...
Well, let's find out what they do with those adjustments. Puts down an army. That doesn't make it any more clear for me. We've got 2 disbands for Roni, 2 army builds for Brandon Dix. So we move into spring of 06, David.
Yeah, Brandon Dix is sort of trying to solidify his position here with his army builds, because otherwise that's, it's just an interesting situation. But the French are also in Ionian. Here come the Turks, and they've been set up to do this. By the way, that's whatever that switcheroo was all about. It set this move up, which is taking Serbia and Greece. We'll see if he holds them for the fall, but also can take Sev. So this is really Andrew's attempt to break out here at the expense of Cody. It looks like, and again, unless there's some kind of movement, through the spring, they're not going to stay there or something. I think Roni's bid to try to be important or try to be useful to anybody has basically just about played itself out. We still have the English holding back in North Sea and all that, not being tempted to relocate and stab at all, but also not going to build from here, not going to get anything from here without doing some kind of stab. So this game might be getting a little bit static as far as the Western powers are concerned.
Right. Yeah, I think the English window to stab has really disappeared now as well, and the French should be in pretty strong position.
I would say England may have some play on those Russian centers, depending on how Austria reacts to what Turkey's doing. That's going to be the big area of the board I've got my eye on is going.
In fact, he's likely to take Moscow. I was getting ready to say he's likely to take Moscow here. Austrians take Warsaw, so Russia's gone, it looks like. Turks do take Sev, but then they don't cover Romania, but it doesn't matter because they take Budapest. So a lot going on here. The Italians actually do take Venice. They do make themselves useful here to the French. At the same time, they're losing Rome. The English are in the Eastern. The French are in the Eastern Med. Anytime the French can say they're in the Eastern Med and Ionian, this has been a very successful EF alliance. That's just how that works.
It's time to get the real Lepanto going here. The French and the Italian convoying into Syria.
That is a Lepanto. I'm not sure it is the Lepanto. But Baltic to Kiel, probably arranged. Kiel's killing the army, so that's probably arranged, I would think, to some center differential and unit placement differential? Because otherwise you would just retreat to Holland, wouldn't you? So I think that must be some kind of deal.
Or even up to Denmark.
Yep, exactly. If it's a fight, he'd retreat. That's a good point. He'd just retreat to Denmark. So that's got to be a deal.
But man, I don't know if I like that. I'll be honest. I mean, Brandon's got one heck of a position right now. I understand the adjustment here, but I guess he has to. Like this is Captain Gaming saying, "Hey, if we're going to stick together, you've got to show me something." But
I mean, this could be arranged, couldn't it?
Why do it?
I mean, I was saying, oh no, he also just agreed. So this is just arranged for Baltic to heal.
France is getting a position in the Mediterranean. Why do it? Is that he still could probably outrest Captain Gaming, but we'll see.
All right, so puts down 2 armies, got 1 fleet. Andrew, man, what a juicy position for Turkey as well. This game's heating up. We've got keep your eye on a come from behind ascent from Turkey, moving up to 7 centers. We've got a 10 center split for the top in 1906. And
how many times do we see that Turkey hangs around, and then boom. It can happen, and it's happening here.
Yep. So now we see in the north, EF still working together. Some keep myself honest bounces and Holland and whatnot, but by and large still working well together. Moscow supports Prussia into Warsaw. Norway slides to Sweden. Basically, just all those moving away from each other, relatively speaking. Besides where the armies have to go, presumably Sweden's going to drop into Baltic to be able to convoy Denmark to Livonia or something like that. In the south, is where we actually see the juicy bits. We see Smyrna going into the Eastern Mediterranean, while the French kind of pull back into Albania and into Ionian. We see the armies sliding through, while Austria slides into Vienna and into Trieste. They force Budapest, but at the cost of losing Serbia. And I always emphasize how important Serbia is for holding positions here. And I think this should give Turkey basically the aggressive position that they want in order to make these attacks on Austria and solidify their own position.
Yeah, Serbia being a center that also borders on 5 centers is something that people forget about all the time, how important that position is from a retreat point of view, all sorts of points of view.
Yep. And then just as he gets it, he gives it up. Serbia walks back into Budapest, loses Romania. Black Sea tries to cover Sevastopol. Just unfortunate tactics here, I guess. Nothing much really could have been done. I would, if I were in Turkey's position, I just concede Romania, and I support in Sevastopol and say, I'll fight another day. I'll take the dots off of you, make you disband or something like that. But c'est la vie. We see the Italians supporting themselves into Trieste, getting it, just putting more and more pressure on the Austrians as they lose dots to England nowadays. They lose dots to the Italians. They trade with the Turks. It's just a very, very difficult position for them to be in.
But another strong alliance racing to see which one of them is going to be the topper. Unless Turkey somehow figures out a way to thread the needle, which seems difficult, but obviously not impossible, but difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of centers in the Balkans. If they play it right, that particular turn is going to make it a little more difficult than I think it could have been if things had gone differently. But they did not. So in winter of 1907, Brandon Dix putting down 1, Andrew putting down 1, and Cody disbanding 2. Could have been worse for Cody. And we've got Captain Gaming putting down 1 as well. And we'll move into the closing portions of our game, likely. Spring of 1908, David.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, Italy is a 2-fleet dot farm for France. And here goes the first one. To Trieste. I was a little expecting Marseille to Piedmont there, so that's surprising to me that Marseille goes to Burgundy. I guess because he's moving Munich down to Tyrolia, he felt he needed to have another army up there. This time Brest actually goes to English Channel because North goes to to Holland instead of bouncing in English Channel. Probably doesn't matter because Captain Gaming has the 2 armies in defense kind of situation in England. It's like he's going to make sure that the Welsh do not revolt here in the middle of the game. In the In the East, otherwise, we have the Austrians getting ready to get sort of knocked out of the game. But this is just really all EF and which one is going to be able to do better than the other one. And right now, as I think I mentioned earlier in the game, France has just got so much more potential down there because they got centers they can get to. England's really got to attack to get more stuff.
Right.
They do get into Ukraine.
In theory, in the fall, France got Budapest here. I mean, they have Trieste, they have Vienna, like, you know.
With armies. I mean, this is really quite devastating. They don't take Budapest, but they keep both of those centers and still, put their units on the line here. England doesn't even try to advance, for example, into Moscow. They don't really need to stay in Livonia. I'm struggling why they're not at least taking a shot, unless they're giving up to Brandon here, which is almost. Oh, I see. They're taking Holland.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's
got to be by consent, though.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're still together. I think they're going to. If I were in this situation, my pitch would be, "Hey, let's play this out. We'll go, and then last turn, go for it." And
if that's true, then why is Livonia not already? Why is Livonia not already in Moscow? I just don't get it.
They were worried about Galicia and Ukraine taking Warsaw, but the last one, they had no reason not to go. Yep.
And where we can do that. So game ends by draw, most likely, spring of 1909, with a shared split for the top between both England and France. Congratulations to Captain Gaming and to Brandon Dix. Another alliance game, David Hood. Is this a shift in style from what we've seen the past couple of year and a half of play in Virtual Diplomacy League?
I would say we always have seen a few alliance games in almost every season of the VDL. So I don't think it's a tremendous shift. I just think it just happens to be these two games in a row. But I just wanted to say it looked to me like they were enjoying playing together and playing their alliance together. And honestly, that can be fun in and of itself, to play an alliance where you've really got somebody you can count on. You're working out tactics. Putting the scoring system aside for a minute, sometimes that's just a fun way to play. It's not always the best way to play, but it can be fun. And it obviously was fun for these guys.
Yeah, and anybody who's going to play throughout the league, that 82 points is not it's not nothing. So it could be a low third score or improve your average. So if you intend on continuing to play, not a bad way to end things. So congratulations to our toppers, and that was a lot of fun. So thank you very much. All right, we've got one more Virtual Diplomacy League game that we're going to do. And then we're going to switch over to our feature league, which will be the Australian Snake Pit. So get your Australia puns ready while we get ready by watching our next game. Here we go.
See you in the Snake Pit.
All right, Karthik, give you a break, and we're going to welcome back Katie. Katie, how are you doing?
Great.
All right, so here we go. VDL 182 Pink Floyd. We've got a couple players that I think we recognize, most notably Mike Blom. And then we've got several other players that look to be playing in one of their first games. So really excited to see how this one turns out. Always enjoy seeing some new players. Anything you're going to be watching for in this game, Katie?
No, I don't know anything about any of these players. The only thing I know about Micah was the game that I talked about earlier with them, and I'm excited. I know that they've been around, but I don't know a lot about their playstyle. So
Micah just played last weekend at World DipCon in Italy.
Oh, cool!
Just had a good time. Karsten, by the way, is that who's playing England? Yeah, Karsten has played with us some other games this season on League Nights. Great to see Karsten back.
Cool.
Yep, absolutely. And I do love this, Stephen. Yes.
Yeah.
What's the name? Foul on the Proud, chosen before or after being assigned Turkey. That's fantastic.
That's great.
All right, David, take us away. Spring 1901.
All right. Well, you do have the Turkish, moving units around thing, which you don't often see in conjunction with the Russians actually going to the Black Sea. You usually see that with the Russians not going to the Black Sea. So that's an interesting combination. But again, we've got a game with nobody in Galicia. We've got Vienna actually holding which is a very unusual opening because if you're not going to go to Galicia, one usually goes to Budapest in that situation, or even Trieste. In the West, I would say nothing particularly of note. Obviously, Micah going north in conjunction with getting into the Black Sea is a very interesting Russian opening, and one that I've enjoyed doing in the past myself. We'll see how Micah does with it. Putting that army in Romania is what you try to do in that situation, and hope that you can convince Turkey that being in the Black Sea is totally fine. Look, I'm putting the army in Romania. That's a pro-Turkish move. So leaving my fleet in the Black Sea, no problem. St. Pete to Finland, for those that are learning this game, you'd say, why in tarnation would you go to Finland? And the answer is to get a good sauna. But in addition to that, you're opening up St. Pete to build in. So that's the theory behind doing it that way.
What do you think about?
Or you could just be supporting the Germans to Sweden.
What do you think about that, David? I think that's really strange.
Wait a minute. I didn't see that at first. That's
weird.
That is that's unusual, and people who may be playing in a different meta than usual, may be playing in a way that we would think to be unusual. But so what? Denmark being open and Sweden being German is quite the thing. I assume what that means. I'm going to make an assumption. Russia knew that Germany was going to bounce her in Sweden and decided to just puts Germans there because it kind of puts them out of position a little bit. Might
then
be
go
the
to
theory.
Baltic though.
Didn't really wanted to be in position to take Sweden themselves without the Germans retreating to Bothnia. Maybe that's the theory. Anyway, I'm belaboring the point.
Or you could build Fleet St. Pete North Coast and say, hey, I'm not going to fight you here. Let's put you into Norway, something like that. There's
Maybe.
lots of options here. Let's see what happens. Army St. Pete, and we do see Fleet Breast. That's a little juicy. Spring of 02. Katie, is it juicy?
Well, I don't know. England certainly thought so because they dropped out into the Channel and convoyed to Belgium. I think what's a little juicier is Germany and Baltic. And as soon as David said, it wasn't agreed that Germany would be in Sweden, it made sense because why would you agree to that? But I think this is why, because now Russia is taking Sweden sort of undefended. I don't know that they can hold it, but I think this was the plan. But with Germany dropping into Baltic, I think that's a pretty clear sign of Germany, Russia fighting early on. And I'm curious to see how that works out because Germany has moved away from France while England is attacking France. And I think in an EG to work well, both partners have to go after one or both of their allies. England can't crack France by themselves. Like they need German help. And so I think this is kind of a slow start to an EG, or at least not maybe not an efficient start to an EG. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Russia does take Bulgaria from Turkey, but I think they're going to lose quite a bit. They've already lost Romania, and there's nothing stopping Austria from walking into Warsaw. So this is looking really great for Pi Daniel. And yeah, we've got... Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't have anything else to say about it. I was expecting to see center counts and I didn't, so that's why I stopped.
So one question
is having a good life. The life of Pi is having a good life.
One question
Romania.
for you, Katie. We've got a question from Fan I Am. How often does France open to the channel? How often do you see that?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't think I know enough about the meta. I never do it as France. I will say that. I don't do it. I think it's not the best use of your time. I don't think you need to. I don't know. Maybe, David is on here a lot more than I am. Maybe he can answer more of a statistics question.
I would say that it is 10% or less that French opens to the channel. I'd say England opens to the channel probably 15 to 20% of the time. And France opens to the channel definitely less than that, unless I'm playing France, and then your chances go up to at least 25% that I'm going to open to the channel. And if Chris Martin is playing France, the chances have gone up to 90% that he's going to open to the channel, and 100% that he's going to open to the channel is the English. Just going to show you how meta has changed. It actually used to be true, if you go back far enough, that it was way more popular for England and France to open to the channel, and bouncing in the channel was almost as common as bouncing in the Black Sea back in the day.
Well, fall of 1902. Katie.
Okay, I didn't realize that we were still in the spring. Austria has now walked out of Romania and is taking Bulgaria from the Turks and did not go into Warsaw. So Pi Daniel had an opportunity to cripple Russia and did not. I think that's really interesting. They could have gone up, 3 centers and absolutely crippled Russia. Now maybe that wasn't in their best interest anyway. So maybe it's a good decision. What I really like is the Italian convoy to Constantinople. That's quite fun. It has support from, I don't know who it had. Black, maybe? Is that what that is? Nope.
It just walks in.
It just walks in. Wait, but Bulgaria tried to go to Con. Why couldn't it go?
Bulgaria, let's see. Hold on. There's got to be a support, right?
Yeah,
It's got to be supported by the Turks.
by Smyrna?
It's supported by Smyrna and Ankara. There's a I'm going to put the Italians in Con. That'll show you, Russia.
That's funny.
Here, this will show you. I'm going to punch myself in the face. Ha! I win. You lose.
That's what you call it, secondary motivation.
Yeah.
So we've got winner of 1902. We'll just push through these builds real quick to keep up the pace and move into 1903.
All right, let's do that. London to Wales is not really an aggressive move, I would argue. Instead, the French go down to Spain, which is also not an aggressive move because they could have gone western mid. So there's a lot of nothing going on in the west. And how many holds do I see in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you count Sweden. That's a lot of holds. That's a lot of nothing. That's a whole lot of nothing. Is what I'm saying. So I'm going to go to the east where there's at least something happening, which is a supported attack on Romania, a supported attack into Armenia. Russians trying to deal with this by going to Ukraine and Warsaw. Austrians getting in to Khan because Khan's getting into Smyrna. This is really good play there in dismembering Turkey. Naples to Apulia, as opposed to Naples to Tyrrhenian.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to play that. It might be okay, but it's also potentially very dangerous.
David, I would argue that Naples should have just held.
Well, if you're going to move at all,
If you're going to move, right?
I think there was an argument to go to Tyrrhenian there just to sort of deter the French from coming. But I'm not sure now why the French wouldn't come unless they're truly going to, try to outmaneuver the English instead. They just hold. Because that's one way. Now, I should say French units did not completely hold. They did self-bounce in Burgundy, so that's not technically holding. But I'm not seeing much else. I mean, other than the fact that Wales goes back to London for reasons that are also sort of I don't quite get. I guess because then you can maybe do something next turn. Yes, maybe next turn they'll actually do something. They do take St. Pete, which of course couldn't be stopped and was eventually going to happen. Let's look at the east for a minute. Is there anything happening of note in the east? The Austrians are actually going to stay in Romania for the fall this turn, so that's significant. The Italians listened to me 3 hours ago or whenever this game was played and said, I need to be in the Tyrrhenian. So they moved to the Ionian there and moved their other fleet down, which is one way to do that. Otherwise, I think this is more of a positioning turn than anything else.
Well, we've got Austria continuing to grow. 8 centers currently leading the board in winter of 1903. Rough turn for Micah in Russia, disbanding 2. And then foul on the prowl. My take is that they are ready to end this game. So will they survive another year is what I'll be watching there. The big question for me, Katie Gray, what does England build with that one build?
Build an army. I would build an army. Good job.
All right. So spring of 1904. Go ahead, Katie.
All right. So England is maybe being defensive, but probably not because I think they're still on board with Germany and they're going after France. While at the same time, France has decided to go after Italy, which is not great for France, but what are you going to do? I don't think that they're in a terrible spot. They did get Greece. I think it was probably agreed. I would guess that was agreed probably because nothing supported it. And it's this, well, I don't know. It's the spring. We'll see.
It's a spring turn, so you would retreat it if it wasn't agreed.
Yes, true. Turkey, I think, is going to be out with Micah taking Armenia. but probably not long for this world because there's a lot of a lot of Austrian armies coming at them, and there's only really one to defend. So I don't think that will last very long. Germany also moving into Prussia. We'll be interested to see if there's an agreement over Warsaw, or if this is going to be like opposite alliances are fighting for stuff. But yeah, I think it's ER and AI. Sorry, EG and AI.
That was kind of a static Austrian set of moves, though.
Yeah.
And this doesn't really change that equation very much, does it?
Yeah, I don't know about letting Germany into Warsaw, especially when you're losing Greece and not gaining anything. I think Austria, well, they are the board leader by a couple centers, so maybe they don't see the harm in losing a little bit, which is all right. But yeah, I'm curious. I think they had a really good stab against Micah, like I think 2 years ago now. And I think it would have been interesting to see what happened if they had done that. But this is the game we have, and we've got France-Italy conflict. And is Italy building anything? Because France and they are building something. Yeah. Okay, good. Because France and Turanian Sea is a little concerning.
It's still not great.
It's not great. It's not great. Huh.
Convoy to Brest. That is probably was inevitable, but that's really something. Yeah, the Italians do kick the French out, and the French actually leave. You know, they don't try to retreat forward or anything. They just leave, which is sensible given the fact that they're now fighting England. Let's see what else is happening here. The Austrians, I don't know, there's just something a little bit backwards about Budapest going the way. I mean, you could have done this a little faster if you're Austria, but they're making progress, so maybe I shouldn't quibble with that.
Maybe they want to, because they could have supported any of those moves. Like Warsaw didn't move, and they could have.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting. There's some missed opportunities here, but it may not matter if they stick together, and the West is sort of messy. There's a lot of Germans hanging around doing very little. Now they get into Burgundy, while the English take the two centers, Brest and Paris. France does take Marseille back, which was at least something they could do. It's about all they could do in this situation. Yeah, the Comedier is in real trouble. And Carson's position is getting, frankly, better and better. I was going to say the Italians take Ankara and take the Russians out of there. So it's getting close to being where the AI is going to have to decide exactly what they're going to do next. Austria has done no moves towards dealing with Germany at all. Right. Tyrolia, Bohemia, none of that has happened. They've still got all their armies stuck down south. It'll be interesting to see how this pivots here. Does this EG continue and just kind of, because EG obviously already over the line with Warsaw and Moscow. So do they continue to build from that position? Or are we going to continue to see a dead zone in Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia? That's really interesting to see that this late in the game.
Yeah.
We don't see it anymore. Here they come, which I understand. I mean, you got to do something here as the Germans.
Yeah. But as Austria, you I think have to maybe like assume it's coming or prepare for the worst. You
can't just play defense in the South against a possible Italian stab. You're just losing the game if you do that.
And even if you get Sev here, what's next? It's got to be Warsaw and Moscow or Italy. So move towards one of those, I think,
And Italy was potentially expecting it. That's why they went to Ionian to Adriatic. Either that or they're going to help defend against Germans maybe, or against French.
Yeah.
Katie, take us through fall of 06.
So Austria walks into Smyrna, uncontested, but hard to say if that was allowed or not, or agreed to or not. What's happening? MAO. So England takes Portugal, with Italian help, and Italy stays in Spain and Marseille. So it probably was agreed, I think, the Austrian move to Smyrna because Italy's up 2 and down 1. So I think the AI is still on. And interestingly, Italy helping England. You don't see a lot of that. Usually when there's an alliance on either side of the line, you don't want to help someone on the other side unless you're expecting them to stab their partner. And maybe that's what's happening. Maybe Italy was like, hey, I'll give you this build and then you fight Germany with us. In which case, I think that's a great move for Italy. And, if whatever you can do to disrupt an alliance on the other side would be great. If you can't, and you're just helping, if it works. If you can't, and it's just helping them.
I'm not convinced that's what's going to happen here. But it might. I mean, Germany's not building, so maybe.
Look at the center count, though. These 4 powers are all right in it.
Yeah, this is exciting. This is an exciting game.
This is a really good game. So winner of 06, we've got a very narrow lead for Karsten's England, and everybody else that's in contention is sitting at 8. Spring of 1907. David.
England does not go, though. There's no convoy to Holland, for example, which would have been the thing to do if you were going to do that. On the other hand, Portugal holding. Why is Portugal holding there? Not really sure why you wouldn't take a shot at Spain if you're not going to. Maybe they're thinking about that for the fall when they get into Gascony. Looking at the East, Germany obviously does make progress here. You've still got Austrian armies sort of going the wrong direction. I guess that's because the Italians are coming. So the deal was Italy stabs Austria maybe, and England stabs Germany. Italy does look like they're stabbing Austria here, but this may be a mistake on Patrick's part in reading what's going to happen here. Maybe not. Maybe I'm missing something that's going to happen here that's going to be good for Italy, but I'm not sure what that is.
Did Italy stab Austria last turn? Like, what's causing Ukraine to go to Romania to go to Bulgaria and Con? Like, that's kind of wild to me.
Kind of is.
And then turns around.
No, this was I moved it back just so we could.
Okay.
I did, yeah. So no, I feel like that's a diplomatic. I think there's some communication between Patrick and Karsten saying, "Hey, let's agree to stab our neighbors."
Yeah, but
maybe Bulgaria was supposed to go to Greece and the Italians were supposed to leave, and that's why Austria was moving Bulgaria to Greece, and that didn't happen. But then, if that's not going to happen, why let him into Smyrna? I don't know. Miscommunication of some kind, maybe.
I want to see if Karsten goes for Spain and Marseille and Holland.
Go England.
That's not.
No, just
go England. Stab.
Go Inspector Gadget. Okay.
Inspector Gadget. All right, so
wow, what a good turn for Germany.
Yeah, this is really. I mean, we have really seen some Western alliances dismembering Eastern centers in this during this league night, haven't we?
I mean, okay, well, AI has completely broken down, right? You've got Ankara to Khan and Smyrna to Ankh, and it's kind of a mess. I think they're trying to fight each other while semi-defending against the other side, but it's not going to work out well for either of them because if you're facing a strong alliance like that, you have to find help. You can't do both. And so Germany gets into Trieste, gets into Romania with Russian help. So good for Micah, just hanging on. This is a crazy German position. This is really wild.
This is going to turn into now a race between England and Germany. And again, unless they decide to take a shared board top, this is going to be a race between the two of them.
I think Germany's going to have it. There's so many, unless they start fighting. If they fight, maybe not. But there's a lot of centers in the Balkans.
They're not fighting yet, anyway.
No.
Katie, what happens spring of 08?
So Germany's in Vienna, Serbia. They lose Trieste, but I'm pretty confident they can get that back. Italy's in Smyrna, Austria. I think it's going to not be long for this world. England does take Marseille, so it's still a race. It's certainly not like a blowout, but I think the move Sweden to Baltic really cements it. They're in line. I don't think they're going to stab each other. Or at least Germany's not going to stab England.
And England couldn't be that interested in racing because they just self-bounced in Western Med instead of actually getting into the Mediterranean, which they obviously could have done. So if it's a race, Karsten is tying her feet together and hopping on one foot. That's not much of a race.
Yeah, maybe it's an agreement with Italy. I don't know, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, Germany and Bulgaria, Budapest, not in Trieste anymore, but with Germany supported Italy. So I think this might be a case of, the EG got Italy on their side. I think that's probably what we're seeing with the bounce in Western Med. Germany supporting Italy. I think this is two people going to someone on the other side of the board and saying, hey, we won't kill you, we'll help you if you help us. And so far it's working out really great for Germany, Vienna, Budapest, and Bulgaria this year. It's pretty great.
Chris Kelly asking, Sweden. I feel like that's got to be arranged. We've got England picking up Marseille here, and Germany's picking up like all of these other centers. So
Yeah.
I feel like that's just
So England's even and Germany's not even. Let's see what the center count here is.
If you're stabbing for Sweden, you're also moving into North, I think.
Oh wait, we must have missed something that England was doing here. I must have missed what was happening.
Marseille?
Taking Marseille. Oh, I'm sorry. I did do the math wrong. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Words are right, math is wrong. Happens to me all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Winner vote 8. We'll just keep pressing through here. I think the question I'm going to be watching for is how does Patrick end up with this? I mean, clearly Germany or England is going to top, but where does Patrick come in? And is Patrick going to play Kingmaker? If so, who are they going to pick?
There's not a lot happening here. This is some kind of deal to kill the Austrian centers because England isn't even trying to do better. So there's just we could just put power right through here. This is just some kind of deal.
Yeah.
So I bet the game ends here with this result. We will find out spring. No, they keep playing, but everybody holds. So there we go. Fall 1910. We end the game with another Western top, but this time it is Karsten's England along with Tom's Germany instead of France. And we've got Patrick coming in with a strong Italian second with 9 centers. David, summarize this game for us.
The summarization I would like to point out is the red arrow going as a very steep cliff. And that's the whole looks like the whole last 3 years of this game was just let's kill the Austrians and end the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you did, Daniel, to justify this, but don't do that again.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. I hope you were all having as much fun as I am. If you are, I will remind you to like and subscribe to the stream, share it with your friends, help people find the game of diplomacy. Come hang out with us in chat if you get a chance to. It's a great time. And I'm seeing my little flag on the screen right now. So happy Pride Month, everybody. And let's get to our next feature league. We're bringing in for the first time ever, we're making the debut of the Snake Pit. And to help us with that, I'm going to add to the stage Josh. Josh, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
So Josh is one of the main organizers for the Snake Pit and has graciously agreed to appear on stream and introduce the league. Josh, why don't you help our audience who has, unless they played in it, probably not that familiar with the league. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so it's an Australian league, or a league played in Australian and kind of Asia Pacific times. We're running a game once a month on a Sunday towards the end of the month. And there's a kind of key little difference in this league in that you can negotiate during the builds and retreat phases. So the idea just being to play with the rules a little bit and try and make things a little bit more fun. And one thing I kind of find annoying in normal diplomacy games is that 5 minutes of silence where it's really, really tense. And so, yeah, a little bit of chat about the game is nice to just kind of keep it lighthearted. I'm very interested to see what happens with the top board because under the scoring system, kind of penalizing shared tops and 11-11-11s. And if you don't win the top board outright, then the scores are just the top 4 games. So people who aren't in the running to win the top board could still win the league if they can somehow force a draw.
That'll be fun. You've had 4 games so far, I believe.
4 games, yeah.
And you're expecting somewhere around 9 to 10-ish games overall?
Yeah, I think we'll go for about 8-9 games in a season. And then we want to have a month break in the top board. So it's probably around that, 9-ish, 10-ish, depending on my weekends off.
Awesome. And so quick summary on the scoring. I've got it in front of me, or you can just tell us out which one's easier for you.
Yeah, I can explain it. It's kind of a mishmash between a couple of things. I've drawn a little bit off the TOB scoring system and Apex, which is something that Brandon showed me. So if you solo, you're going to get 15 points per center. If you top the board with a lone top, you're going to get 10 points per center. If it's a duo top, you'll get 5 points per center, but 3 points per center for any other result. I think there's 1 point per center if you are alive in a defeat, and then an extra 30 points for surviving in a draw, and an extra 10 points if you get 13 or 15. So it's encouraging really big hit outs and encouraging kind of more ruthless play.
Got it. And it's the top 3 scores you said, or top 4?
Top 4 scores.
Top 4 and average.
So then encouraging people to play more games as well. It's all just about incentivizing people to have more fun.
Yeah, awesome. Well, very happy to have a league it's a virtual league, right? Yeah, virtual league with time zones organized or with games organized for that time zone. Really excited for us to get into it. We're going to try and cover 3 games tonight. And while I'm pulling that up, can you talk about the timing rules for all of these games?
Yeah. So we've got it's no new game year may start more than 5 hours after the start time of the game. So that usually caps it at 1908, but 1909 is possible.
Got it.
Josh, I need you to pronounce the name of this league so I can do it correctly from now on. How do you pronounce it?
The Snake Pit.
Oh, that's boring. I wanted an overly ridiculous accent. That's fine.
Pit, the Snake Pit.
All right. All right. Well, Josh, thank you, first of all. Really appreciate you introducing the league. Happy to have this. You are welcome to stick around with us and cover some of these games, or if you need to go, you can drop it. Leave it up to you. But I'm
happy to stick around.
Awesome. David, I'm going to give you a break, I believe, and we'll welcome to the stream Karthik. Don't know if that changes your opinion, Josh.
Come on, Brian.
No, leave me out of here.
Don't punish him.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and get to our first game. Josh, why don't you introduce these players?
Okay, so we have in Austria Isaac Silber. Believe he's over in Perth, although I haven't actually met him in person. Michael Saxton, didn't realize he was in Seoul as well. And we got Gus, Klaus, Marcus Line, Nick Lawton. They're all from what I would call over east, because we're isolated over here on the west coast. But a lot of these guys, I think, are based in Canberra. And then we got Cody Green playing all the way from Fort Wayne. So a bit of fun over there on what would be something like 3 a.m. for him.
It's Iron Man Cody Green's prime time. So. All right. Well, here we go. First ever moves. Let's see. Katie, I'm going to have you do the odd years. Karthik, you can do the even. And then Josh, if you just want to throw in a little bit of spice every now and then, help us understand what we're looking at.
All right. So as far as openings go, I think the only thing that really shocks me is Venice to Trieste, with Rome falling up to Venice. I think usually if you want to bounce in Trieste for whatever reason, Rome is not following to Venice. You would go to Apulia or something. So I think this is pretty clear AI fighting. I would be really shocked if they switched around. Okay, so the Italian armies move up to Tyrolia and Venice, presumably to take a shot at Trieste in the fall, but we'll see. I think Austria may have a problem because Russian armies are moving down into Galicia, into Romania. Let's see. I don't think anything else is crazy. There's a bounce in Belgium between France and England, but could be arranged. I've definitely been in a position where I'm like, I don't want it. Do you want it? No. We'll bounce and we'll see what happens. So I don't have any thoughts about that.
Josh, do you like the bounce in Belgium?
Yeah, I like it. I like as England or Germany, you don't really want France getting 3 builds out of the get go. So I would normally, unless I had something tricky up my sleeve, want to bounce with France in Belgium if I was England.
All right, moving into winter of 1901. Pretty for tonight. It's unusual to see pretty typical numbers of builds here. We've had some pretty atypical spring turns. As we move into 1901, my eye is drawn to the Fleet St. Pete North Coast. Always a commitment from Germany or Russia early. And then we got Fleet Brest, so maybe not looking the best for England in this position. Karthik, what are you seeing in 1902?
Sure. So speaking of the fleet in St. Petersburg, I know Marcus is a very aggressive player, very strong player, and he shows that very clearly, making the move on Norway aggressively. While he gets to Germany to also work against England, he gets a move from France seemingly towards that. But the odd thing I want to bring up is that Brest does not move. We see Portugal go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. We see all the armies flow up north, even including a support from Germany into Belgium, but Brest holds. Odd why that may be. And then in the south, though, we see Germany flowing into Bohemia with support from the Russians, showing that there is a good RG cooperation as well. I think that's a sign that Austria is not long for this world. God knows what their sin was. If the breath smelled funny through the interwebs, God knows. But yeah, not here for very long. And we see the Turkish fleet make it out to Aegean, while they try to slide all their fleets and armies forward into daisy chain. And I think this is where we see sometimes it being better to have sent the army to Ankara, allowing the fleet to slide into Constantinople. Because if they had done that, then the fleet could have been in both Aegean and in Smyrna right now. So, such is life. In the fall, we see Denmark supporting Helgoland to the North Sea, which goes. We see no attempt to try and take back Norway from the Russians. We see finally the Brest fleet making it out to the English Channel, which we would have thought would have gone last season, but maybe misorder, who knows. We see Turkey, as I mentioned, had they had the fleet in Ankara go to Constantinople in fall 01, would be out right now. Now they have to do a dissy doodle sort of to get it around. Ankara to Khan to Smee. We see Italians and Austrians finally coming back together after their early war. I think Italy realized they may have made a big mistake. But unfortunately, I think that's one of those mistakes you don't really get the easy chance to recover from. As Russia just simply says, hey, like, this is free for me to take advantage of. Let me support myself into Budapest. They get Budapest. Serbia is almost certainly going to fall. Italy's only real hope now is trying to pull either Russia or Turkey on side. Or as Chris Kelly says, Austria is now forced to take Serbia.
Katie, anything jumping out to you on these?
No, I'm really curious to see what happens with Germany in the north, because Russia's having such a good game, and I feel like the North Sea is like a scary land of temptation sometimes. Like, you really want to be there, it's really powerful, and then as soon as you're there, everything goes horribly wrong. At least that's what happens to me. So hopefully this Germany can avoid that.
Josh, what is
a little bit curious about Germany's holds as well, because that fleet that didn't go into the English Channel, to me, would have made me pretty nervous. It kind of looks like maybe France has got a half-assed attack against England and then is probably going to switch into an attack on Germany. And there's 2 units that hold there that could have even just self-bounced in Ruhr, but they've just gone for full trust and it's worked out. But I wouldn't have done that.
That's a lot of units on that centering around that North Sea right now.
Yeah.
Winter of 1902. All right, we see an escalation continue with fleets Brest and fleets St. Pete North Coast again. I like Russian fleets in the North Coast. Usually that means it's going pretty well if you're able to do that. Karthik, what's your take on this?
I love it. Like, I mean, if I were Marcus, I'd probably build Army Moscow here instead of Fleet St. Petersburg, but I love his aggressive play. Like, it is so fun to watch. Marcus knows what he's doing, so I'm really like excited to see how it plays out for him.
Can I comment on that too? I think it's okay because he has actually such a good position in the south. Like he's got 4 armies there. There's 3 Austrian, 1 Turkish. The Italian armies haven't been doing anything. Like a lot of times, having 3 fleets in the north as Russia would mean you're really precarious in the south, and you'd be like, really relying on your diplomatic relationships. But I don't think he is. Like the Germans aren't coming after him at the moment. They're very far from him. This is a really fun position.
The reason why I said I wanted the extra army in Moscow wasn't because I was worried about the south, but because I want them to plug into Prussia and Silesia as quickly as possible.
I think he could probably still do that. Like Austria is probably looking for friends. We'll see. We'll see.
Josh, what do you do in this situation? Do you like that build?
If I can build a northern fleet as Russia, then I'm going to. I just think it's the most fun, and you can really just kind of play around in the west. So if you got the room to do it, just do it.
And you can always tell Germany, hey, I didn't build fleets out. St. Pete's out. All right, spring of 03, Katie.
Yeah, there's still Russian-German cooperation. Russia supported Germany into Vienna, and is, I don't know. I don't think working with Italy, but Italy is helping take out Austria, and so is Turkey. So I think this is going actually very well for Russia. So Turkey gets into Serbia, but loses Aegean, which is certainly a bummer. But I would imagine that Cody's going to use that to go after Greece rather than continuing to go after Turkey. France making a lot of progress on England. Let's see, Liverpool is guaranteed this year. I think that's right. Yeah, strong FG, really strong FG, and it's going really well for France. And it's a little hard to see what Germany's getting out of it, but maybe they don't need to because they're in Vienna. Yeah, so France does take Liverpool. Sort of as expected, and Germany walks into Eddie, so that's exceedingly fun, and they get the army from Vienna. So Germany's up 2, Russia's in Trieste. Yeah, that's great. I'm not sure what's gonna happen next. I would predict a Russian stab on Germany. Vienna's right there; they can drop into Baltic. Like I think you have to think that's coming. But as of this year, I don't know. Turkey's going up 1 in an okay position, but made less exciting by the fact that their northern neighbor is doing very, very well.
All right, Josh, what's your take on this?
Pretty risky, I think, to support Russia into Trieste there because they're all their units are just around Germany. So if they're going to try and win this, where's the natural path? It's probably through Germany. And so I'd probably be more interested to work with the Italian here as Germany. And maybe even, try and stick to an FG or something. But if you've got Russia and France creeping up around you, then it's not a nice position to be in.
We'll find out if that comes back to haunt Klaus. Winter of 03. Ooh, we've got a little ambitious, optimistic. Puts down 3 armies, but can only build 2. So follows the alphabetical rule, I believe. So the armies are Belgium, Kiel. Munich is not built. We disband at 2 for England, leaving Fleet North Sea. So keep the fun option. Well done, Michael. And Gus putting down Fleet in Marseille. I'm going to just keep pushing through for these adjustments because of time. Spring of 04, Karthik.
Cool. So spring of 04, we see England take London while the fleet slide down, showing to Germany's like, hey, I'm not coming after you after I get these builds. Go deal with Russia, which I think is probably the smart play from France. This lets him go free and come after Cody Green and try to make a play for Tunis. I think that may stall out a little bit, but given the Russian pressure on Italy up until this point, it was a reasonable guess to try and go for it. Unfortunately for him, though, this is where Russian pressure on Italy eases off as Russia stabs Turkey, which I think was a perfectly timed stab. Kudos to Marcus for choosing to do so at this time. And now I think one would think, oh yeah, time for an IT, but I don't think either of them have the unit composition that's necessary to make an IT work against Russia. So I think from here on, this is a dominant position for Marcus to be in. Very, very proud of him. And yeah, we just see this continue. We see him mop up Bulgaria. We see him cover Sevastopol. We see the Russians still working with the Germans as they support Germany into Venice. Into Venice. Does not go. But yeah, this just seems to be a really strong FGR for the time being. I feel like this is a very, very common thing to see in online diplomacy play. Much less common to see in face-to-face or virtual face-to-face. So very, very awesome to see this happen in this scenario.
So Karthik, I don't see this as often. Josh, I know you had some success online or playing extended deadline.
Yeah.
Have you seen this structure?
There's a lot of things that can happen online when you're spending a month, building a relationship with a person. It can be a lot easier just to take an alliance like this the whole way. And it also can be a lot easier to come up with schemes. So you see all sorts of situations online. Very happy though for Germany, because seeing these Russian units kind of move down to Turkey would be exactly what I'd want to see from that position.
So Katie, I know you've also had a lot of experience playing on the extended deadline. I'm genuinely curious here because I don't think I have ever played this before. How does this work for Germany?
I'm sorry, is this an extended deadline game?
No, it's not.
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. But
no, but Karthik just said this alliance structure is more common in extended deadline.
Oh, I see. Karthik confused me. Okay, that makes sense. He doesn't. Okay. I actually really don't think it's working for Germany. I think this is really, really rough. I mean, it's okay to want your ally to win if you can't win, but I think if you're completely from pretty early on playing for somebody else, I just think it's not optimal. I mean, maybe there's times when it's worth it. Maybe I actually have seen that online. Yeah, like Josh said, you have a month to get to know a person. You're like, yeah, I just want them to do well. It's fine. But in a virtual game, especially, like Klaus is putting himself in such a subservient position. I mean, it's not even like Russia can take all his centers, which he can, but it's also just like you're never going to catch up. I mean, this Russian position is so strong. Like the fact that French and German units are both moving away from Russia is wild. And the diplomatic ability of Marcus to make that happen in this position is actually so impressive, because in almost every situation you'd have France and Germany being like, look, this is getting a little out of control, because they're not fighting each other, right? It's not like France and Germany are fighting and that's why they're letting Russia win. They're just all pro Marcus. Like, it's really impressive.
Let's find out if the board does decide enough is enough and turn on Marcus here as we move into spring of 05. Katie.
All right, well, I think Marcus doesn't care what they do, because he's going to drop into Baltic. He's not making a play directly on German centers, not yet, but you don't like that move to Baltic if you're Germany. He's walking into Greece easily. He's still supporting Germany into whatever that Italian home center is, Venice probably. But I don't know. He just walks into Con for what reason? I don't know. This is wild. Yeah, I feel like it's just all coming up Russia. I mean, I guess France did move to Clyde, which maybe signals something, but not much, because they also moved to Tyrrhenian Sea. I think this is just three people getting along really well and Marcus really benefiting from it.
Yeah. And then he takes Vienna.
Then he takes Vienna. He tries to take Denmark, doesn't quite yet, but France does take Eddie. And I think that's a really
big mistake.
Nail in the coffin. Like, okay, yes, you got that center from Germany, but now Russia's going to have basically all of Germany. They've got Greece. They've got Con. They're going to take Armenia. This is wild. Is this a solo?
Yeah, Josh, what's his time limit on this game? Let's literally about ask the same question as Katie here.
Wild.
Yeah, 5 hours. I'm not going to give anything away.
Okay, 5 hours. That maybe just be enough time to be saved by the bell.
Yeah, so
I don't know. This is really...
I would guess somewhere in the ballpark.
In 1907?
07 and 09. If they're really fast, 09. If they're slower on 07, probably somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
All right. Can we see a solo that quickly?
Can we see a candy?
All right, winner of 05. We'll just keep pressing on.
We definitely can.
He didn't even build Army Warsaw though. Like, it was like, what is
Yeah, I
going
don't know why.
on?
All right, Karthik, what are we looking at?
So yeah, he builds the second fleet in the south, which cool beans, go for it. He forces Ankara, doesn't get the fleet into Constantinople, which means that he can't guarantee either Smyrna. No, he can guarantee Smyrna at the cost of Ankara. Okay, whatever. But he won't be getting too much more off the Turkish this turn unless the Turkish mess up. And then he seems to move Romania back to the border, Serbia back to the border. But at the same time, doesn't seem to be making that aggressive of moves on the Germans either. Like, every single thing he does can be easily blocked. Like, he's not trying to make any weird guesses for Berlin or move an army into a convoyable position or even build an aggressive position. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. But yeah.
I'm really curious about heading to Eastern Med. What's that doing? We'll find out, but
It's Levanto. No, so I guess it dislodges Greece, like, which cool, I guess. But then they concede the North Sea. I mean, not like really had much of a choice.
would be really great if I had a commentating partner who's really good at tactics to tell me if this was all avoidable by Russia. But unfortunately,
John, help us out.
No, there's nothing that Russia could have done to avoid Greece.
but last
but
year, I don't know.
feel
This is weird.
It's
But,
just
but I feel like
guesses
if he
to-
wanted to in the north, he could have been moving much more aggressively and given Germany much fewer options on what to do. I'm sure I would kill to have been in the build negotiations for this turn because, as Josh mentioned in this format,
Yeah,
you have the ability to negotiate during builds and retreats.
I
So
forgot about that. That is
All
fun.
right. So, Josh, I know you know the answer, but I just want you to look through the tactics here. Without foreknowledge, would you say that Russia could force a solo here, or are they going to need help?
Before this move, yes. I think this is probably, if you're going to save a solo, this is probably the move that would save the solo, just because of the time limit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we continued past, let's say this gets to 1908, then definitely you'd have time to force from this position. But if it were a different timeline, this game probably would have played differently also.
Yeah, and I think if Russia won that guess, then it's almost a guaranteed solo from there.
Yeah, which guess?
Around what's happening around Smyrna, Ankara, Greece, and whatnot. So because it looks like they could have kept Constantinople if they'd gone with a different set of moves, but that's just a guess.
All right, winner of 06. We'll just keep pressing on. If anybody sees something that is standout, let me know. And game draws night or ends by time.
Yeah.
Do you know which one it was?
I think that was a draw there. Just kind of realizing that the solo wasn't going to happen in time.
Katie, if you are in this position, let's hypothetically say there's time for one more year. Do you keep playing here, or do you take this draw?
I don't think I'm the right person to ask. I really don't like playing without allies, and I think that's what Russia is doing. So I probably would actually take this draw. Being a commentator, I'm like, well, you still have Denmark. You could get from here. I say keep playing. If I'm Russia, I'd probably draw.
Yeah, Karthik.
Depends on what I'm playing for, right? Like, I think if I really want to grind things out, yeah, I force Greece, Constantinople, Smyrna, and Denmark, and I probably end up on 17. Don't really see a clear path to 18 within a single game year. But also at the same time, I feel like I've had a really fun game with both France and Germany, and I want to reward that. So just take the draw and go from there.
You probably only have 1 year left, too.
Right, exactly what I'm saying. So I don't think I can get to 18 in a year.
Awesome. All right. Josh, I'm not going to ask you that question because of league organization and all that kind of stuff. But I will say to Katie, Karthik, we'll go to you, Katie, first. Summarize this game for us.
It's just really, it's hard to describe without being flippant because I want to just say everything just worked out for Russia, but I think that's probably not giving him enough credit. I think the relationship with Germany was huge. I mean, Germany let him do whatever he wanted, let him grow, and never seemed worried about it, never, well, from our perspective, never argued against it, or at least never moved the pieces against it. Like, I think that was a really, really well handled alliance, and it let him just have basically, I mean, not infinite, obviously, but a lot of room to grow without worrying about anything. I think the alliance with Germany was probably key for Russia's game.
Mhm.
And Karthik, anything besides Russian success that you want to call out for that game?
Yeah, I think for a long time the game was a story of FGR domination. Like, yes, it was little F, little G, big R, but it's really nice to see an alliance like that was really popular online make its play in virtual face to face, because it's a really powerful alliance. It's an alliance that is not stoppable by stalemate lines. It's an alliance that, one done, is not obvious to a lot of the players on the board that it's happening until it's too late. So it's really, really cool to see happen, especially in a non draw based scoring system, because seeing FGRs in draw based scoring systems is a whole nother rigmarole that Katie is well aware of.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. Let's do it again. We're going to bring David back. Katie, you get a break. Thank you, Katie. And David, we are going to bring you in for game 3 of this league. And Josh, why don't you introduce our players?
Alrighty. So we have Isaac Dukes, who is in Britain. Also kind of helps out with GMing. Really, really helpful in the league. Thanks, Isaac. We got Marcus back. I think this is Jason's first game of this league. Klaus is back. Isaac is back. I'm begrudgingly playing, and then Nicholas, I think, is back as well. Did he play the first game, or was it the second game he played? I can't remember, but this would be his second game. And again, this is mainly an over East crew. I actually think Klaus is from India.
Very cool.
All right, well, let's switch over to our players or to the map, and let's see, Karthik, take us away for Spring of 01.
So we see England open very standard, but that's about it. We see Germany going from Munich to Burgundy, which you expect in a bounce situation, but then France overpowers them with the classic Maginot style opening, which used to be really popular back when David was young, but hasn't been popular in a while. And then we see the Italians going with the Alpine Chicken, also popular way back then. We see the Austrians opening bog standard, same for the Russians. Good job, guys. It's almost like you know how to play the game. And then Turkey decides to go with the sort of more Chicago style opening, going to Armenia while also going to the Black Sea. So let's see what happens here. And this is what you expect to happen when you have the Turks go with an Austrian style, with a Chicago style opening. The Austrians and the Russians are like, screw that guy. So Serbia supports Sebastopol to Romania, which is very, very pro-Austrian. Good for them to negotiate. In the meantime, the Ionian fleet takes Tunis. Marseille and Piedmont look very angrily at each other across the border, while Venice holds. Mao sides into Spain's south coast, while Burgundy and Munich stare really angrily at each other. This allows Marcus seemingly just to walk into Belgium unopposed. And while I feel like Belgium is normally where English armies go to die, I don't think that's going to be the case this game. We see just Norway and Sweden being taken without any issue either. So, yeah, very, very cool.
All right, Josh.
Last words is all I've got to say to that.
Josh, you're in this one. What's the one thing that we need to know about this turn?
Probably key piece of information here is that I actually pitched the Crimean Crusher to Turkey. Not sure why I decided to do that, but I had a plan in mind, and that's all I'll say on the matter.
All right.
Ooh.
Winner of 01. Let's see.
Being blown up by the army?
Yeah, we'll find out. And let's keep our eye on that as we go into 02. David.
Yeah, convoy in there, kill that fleet, which, as you know, is an impediment to true RT cooperation, is the existence of the Russian fleet to begin with. So go ahead and kill that. Put those armies all on the anti-Austrian train. Interesting. That is a Congo line from Austria that you don't often see successful. Boom,
Mhm.
boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that completely successful. Let's see. The French are trying to get into Ruhr without success. So basically EF with E getting the success right now. Russians have taken, you Josh, have taken Norway. The two German fleets are holding. Now, I can just think of some other things that you can order besides holding. Moving is one thing you can order. Supporting is another thing you can order. And holding doesn't really tell us anything yet about where Klaus is going, except the answer is not very far if you don't even have Kiel supporting Holland, which is a problem.
Tells us Josh Hennessy has a silver tongue.
No, he was under a lot of pressure. I think I'd agreed to support Hold Denmark or something, but yeah, he was definitely under a lot of pressure, and I think he just didn't quite know what to do.
I think the real question is, what does Denmark do in the fall? So not that. I was going to say Denmark would have to do something to help, or England's going to take Norway back. Denmark goes to Helgen with the fleet instead of anything else. Okay.
Kiel goes to Helgoland with Danish support.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just having a hard time justifying it.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. What else we got going in the East? What happened to the Romanian army, Josh? What's going on there? That wasn't that couldn't have been the plan.
No, it wasn't.
It couldn't have been the plan.
That was Austria getting one up on us.
Austria misordered their convoy. They tried to convoy to Smyrna and they misordered it, maybe. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been bounced out anyways, but
it would have been bounced, but you would have left the Turkish fleet in the Black Sea, which is probably what you wanted for the AI. So that's an unfortunate misorder. But otherwise, I'm seeing things that are not very surprising. The French do get into Ruhr now.
Karthik moving into spring of 03.
See, I was actually going to say, if I was the AI, I want the fleet to make it in Constantinople. But then again, I didn't see this coming. So things seem to go really bad for the Austrians in negotiations here as Tyrolia falls. Oh, I know what happened. Josh got in Isaac's ear. So Trieste falls to the Italians. The Russians take Vienna by force. The Russians try to put the Turks into Romania, but it falls and the army gets blown up. Oh no, Josh is so sad about this fact. But at the same time, one fact that Josh is actually sad about, though, is this is spring turn. This is spring turn. Marcus could be good. The Russian fleet in the north gets blown up in Sweden, and I'm curious to see if the fleet in Sweden walks into Denmark with like a support of 3 or something like that here. In the meantime, the Spanish fleet moves in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. If it's going to go for Portugal, or if it's going to do something else that's funky, very, very excited to see.
So the other side of the board.
Yeah,
Isaac. It's David Hood loves the AR. You should get
best alliance ever.
Yeah, David. If you're in this situation, what would you do differently to help avoid this?
You mean if you're Austria?
Yeah, if you're Austria.
Got to get the Turks on side for one thing, because you really need Black Sea doing something other than this. It's hard to run an AR when you can't get the Italians to do what you want. And maybe it was just because the growth for Italy was going to be too slow. You know, sometimes you actually have to just say, "Why don't you borrow my Trieste?" Instead of doing the force, maybe you just try to borrow it. I don't know. It's hard to know. It's hard to insert yourself into a diplomatic situation and say what you would have done differently. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Because you just have to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. Karthik, fall of 03.
In Volvo 3, we see the Russians sliding into Romania now. Instead of the trucks being able to get it, they have no army, so now it has to go to Josh. Wild. And
Pity that.
then we see the Russians who formerly helped the Italians into Trieste being like, oh, my apologies, Austria. I didn't mean to put the Italians there. And to force the Austrians back into Trieste, forcing the army to retreat back to Venice from whence it came. We see Mid-Atlantic Ocean taking Portugal, while Marseille slides into Piedmont. The French are trying to get very, very active here, while the English do choose to stay in Sweden and support themselves into Denmark, which does go successfully. So we see good EF cooperation here, with a tale that seems to be repeating itself of Marcus getting the better of everything. So kudos to him for negotiating that.
Josh, you must have been worried at this point that the EF was just going to roll and you weren't going to be able to do much about it. You must have been somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really anything I could do about it tactically. So there was that, the disband, so I could rebuild an army and just trying to pitch to Marcus that, hey, I'm not a threat to you. Your only threat is Jason. So go that way.
We'll see whether or not Marcus listens to that. Their adjustments. Maybe, probably not. Spring of 04. David, what are we looking at?
Brest was a little concerned. That's why I went to the English Channel. Was a little concerned that maybe the North Sea was coming, but that was not what was happening. Gosh, yeah. You could go faster as EF, but it's hard to imagine how you could go faster in this situation. In the East, let's see what shenanigans is Josh Hennessy up to in the East? Not much. A little bit of shenanigans. You got Bohemia going, so you've repaired the AR relationship to some degree, and trying to go around them to go into Tyrolia or something.
And I'm still a little bit concerned about this EF advancing. I need to be in a position to do something about it, but with armies only.
Yeah, there wasn't any reason for you to build at St. Pete. Why antagonize them when one guy up there is not going to help? So I get that entirely. You just got to hope at this point that there's going to be some kind of stab or something in the EF relationship.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'd pitched something. I think this is the move where I'd pitched Norwegian going to North Atlantic, and Marcus said after the game that he almost did it, but came this way instead.
Wait a minute. Are the English
France to go very quickly here in order to make EF fight each other? Because I mean, I would assume that you would have been working with Italy if you wanted to slow France down.
Yeah, I got a little bit blindsided by Isaac's somewhat of a Janissary pitch, and then I decided to go back on my agreement with the other Isaac, which I think probably was a strategic mistake.
Are the English and the Germans bouncing in St. Pete, and why, if that's true?
Well, that's delicious. Klaus is mad at the people who just stabbed him, and he's like, "No, you're not getting that, Marcus."
Actually, I told Klaus that he could have St. Pete, hoping it would bounce. Actually,
that's was it Star Trek 2 or the Shakespeare quote with
Hell's heart, I
it.
I could do almost that entire quote, but we don't have time for it.
All right. So winner of 1904. Thank you to Klaus, Josh Hennessy building Army Moscow. That's going to slow Marcus down a little bit. Actually, no, it won't at all. And then we've got build in. Sorry, we got to go quick. Skip the adjustments. Spring of 05. Here we go.
Yeah, I was curious to see if Marcus could negotiate St. Peter's being taken with the fleet, and turns out he can't. And so the army from Norway gets supported into St. Petersburg. An army to backfill it gets convoyed on. The fleets to blow up Livonia in the fall get moved into place. Just really, really strong tactics from Marcus, and it seems he's committed to taking out Josh and seems very comfortable with Jason. So I guess that's probably the correct diplomatic play then. I'm curious to see why he... Oh, no, I see what he's doing here. Okay, fair enough. So I was wondering why he was convoying Holland to Denmark. It's so that way the Baltic Sea Fleet can convoy to Prussia while Bosnia puts pressure on Livonia. Okay, fair enough.
Why is
At the
Marcus
same
doing
time,
all this?
France
Why-
takes.
Hey, Karthik, why is Marcus letting the French fleet in the English Channel stay there without criticism?
Yeah.
I think Marcus is like, I'm 3 centers ahead of you or 2 centers ahead of you, like, whatever. And I think maybe it's expected in the fall or like, next year it'll go away somewhere. But I mean, I played EFs where France holds the English Channel the entire game, and I just have like, the over center count elsewhere. And I feel like it's an okay arrangement, like, especially if you're the better player, which I think Marcus probably is.
We'll see.
Yeah, and then takes Brest. How much of that is by agreement? Who knows? Or how much is because France stabbing, there was foreknowledge of that? Also, who knows? We see the Russians moving to the border around Berlin and Munich. And if he can try to steal that while Marcus is repositioning, that'd be a major coup for him. At the same time, in the south, we see just a lot of repositioning as the Italians move back into Rome, tap Piedmont, the Turkish slide their fleets around into Aegean, to Khan, so on and so forth, but a lot of nothing really doing.
Was there pretty good coordination here between you, Josh, and the sort of the little small remainder Eastern powers here?
Yeah, we were all 4 of us together, just trying to form a line, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks well coordinated here. What was your thought, Josh, when you saw Marcus moving units away from your direction and towards France in this position?
Yeah, I thought it was good, but diplomatically, I didn't really feel like there was going to be any sway from EF. I was trying very, very hard. Jason was actually quite smart in that he would just flat out refuse to talk to me because he didn't want Marcus to get worried about me and him having a conversation. So every time I said, let's have a chat, he just said no. And so I couldn't get in there.
Josh, you're not very good, apparently.
Apparently not.
All right, so Fleet Brest. I'm sure that's to, hey, we're going to balance our fleets or something, but we're continuing to first see movement and now see builds that are going the opposite direction from the east side of the board. Will that change anything here as we move into spring of 06, David?
Well, let's take a look.
So actually, I should butt in here. There was a failed draw vote before this move.
Oh, there was? Okay.
Yeah. With 1 veto.
I'm not really seeing a lot. Well, I guess Ionian to Greece. So the Turks are coming in here. This can't be arranged. This can't be Nicholas doing stuff. Is he really just causing trouble in the back there, taking Bulgaria and taking Greece?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. All right, Nicholas. I mean, at some point you won, you're trying to chart your own destiny. What do you care if someone else, gets higher in the center count? You're trying to accomplish something there as the Turks. Turks often get tempted to do that sort of thing because they think they can get away with it. Yeah. But of course that destroys the whole position. And now Austria says, well, fine, if you're going to play that way, then I'm going to take whatever I can from Josh because that'll allow me to survive longer. Was that the beginning of the end here? The French?
No, this is all arranged between Austria and I because we looked at like how do we keep Turkey's gains from this to a minimum without compromising the line, and it really meant that Rum had to go to Sev. So we just kind of started arranging things like this.
Yeah, but does Trieste really need to go to Budapest in this scenario in the fall?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
that part doesn't look entirely arranged to me. But whatever, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Because -2 is a lot is frankly different from -1. I'm just saying.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Oh wow. So seems like Josh Hennessy still has a way with words, though, as he gets Austria not to take Romania and instead support him into Bulgaria while walking out of Budapest at the same time. But the English convoy to Prussia, with Berlin supporting it, At the same time, Munich goes to Silesia with Burgundy falling from behind. English Channel goes back to Belgium while Brest is frozen. So now they have 2 fleets, nothing on the English Channel though. Presumably they're going to be just like locked, supporting each other into the English Channel ad infinitum. And the EF is back online. Down south, we see the French moving in a position to take Naples potentially, getting the fleets all around, also putting a ton of pressure on Venice, which is now Austrian by chance. We see the Turks moving into Albania, God knows for what purpose. So yeah, just very, very interesting turn, very dynamic play.
Yeah, is this just the night for strong Western alliances? That's the theme of the night, almost beyond belief.
Yeah, besides that really nice juggernaut.
Glad we had the
We did have
juggernaut.
that juggernaut. That's true. Yeah.
All right, Fall of 07. I will. You guys are better at reading this than I often am, but I am not seeing a way that the AR is going to be able to hold back the West.
What AR?
Yeah,
That's not even holding back. That's some kind of free fall. I mean,
yeah.
you guys
Yeah, I
are
think
already
Tom
jumped
Petty
off the
sees-
cliff. You're just seeing how fast you can fall. To hit the ground. Turkey's like,
on the
yes, I can
fall,
come in
and
third,
rather than making
third.
Yeah, rather than making a play for Venice on their own, the French decided to support Albania into Trieste, ending the supposed AR that David was asking, or Brian was asking about, if they can stop EF. Not a chance. So the English make it into Livonia and into St. Petersburg, while the Turks slide into Armenia. And braces the attempted, or beleaguered garrison is the attempted attack on Serbia. We see Naples fall because France gets Italy to attack Venice instead, which should allow for an easy take of Rome in 1908 as well, potentially Venice as well. Oh, so this actually makes sense why Jason did what he did. Kudos to him. Great tactics, great strategy. The EF continues to roll. The Russians, the Austrians have no answer, and the Turks are aiding and abetting it.
So moving to winner of 07, we've got a 1 center lead from Jason Gray. This could be the last turn. It's probably going to continue one more unless the game draws here. David, can anyone catch Jason Gray? And if so, who's got the best? Well, obviously it'd be Marcus. So can Marcus catch Jason?
I mean, yes, under the right situation. Josh would probably have to cooperate, for example.
Wasn't going to happen.
Do that. Maybe England could get the jump here and get. It's possible. I mean, you could obviously take Belgium here if you want. Put a guy in Kiel, pull back out. Alternatively, you try to get help to take Russian centers, either from Josh himself or from other people, to try to race. I don't know. It's definitely more likely for Jason to win this than anybody else, not just because he's one ahead, but just because his position's so good.
All right. Well, Karthik, take us through spring of 08.
I was really hoping this would work. The convoy to Kiel gets blocked by the supported attack on it by French. The Livonian army gets blown up, which actually isn't the worst case scenario for Marcus. It does allow him to rebuild at home, maybe a fleet in Liverpool or something like that. No, it's probably too late with the timer. I don't see much hope for him catching Jason now, unless Jason loses a center. In the south, we see Jason moving out of the Adriatic into Ionian while he forces Rome. I'm curious to know why he didn't try to force Venice at the same time, but either way, that's fine. At the same time, we see the Turks sending Constantinople into Bulgaria and Bulgaria into Greece, trying to set up a play on Serbia. I don't know how much time they have left, and if they can maybe make it up to 7 or 8 or something like that. That wouldn't be a bad result, especially given their position early in the game. So, yeah.
I think he was worried about Nicholas leaking into the Ionian. That's why he moved that fleet down there like that.
I see.
And Wacky Pasta, this league plays 5 hours, correct, Josh?
Yeah.
So most games will end 1907 to 1909-ish. So potentially the last turn, Karthik.
Okay. England moves into Kiel this time, trying to get position on Berlin potentially and also defend it. But that does mean conceding the English Channel to the French. France gets Rome, building another. The attempted supported attack into Rome just go nowhere. Turkey slides back into Trieste, forced their way back into Bulgaria. It does not get Sevastopol. So yeah, things are just basically staying even, besides for France, who goes up yet another one, and the game ends there, 11-9.
Yeah, and that was time.
So, Josh, does the game in here, does it roll back to the previous year? This is the end state, right?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, man, that was actually really fun. I felt like, especially 1904, 1905 time frame, the game could have gone a couple different directions. Josh, you lived it.
Yeah.
What was the difference here? Why did it end up this way and not another?
Yeah, it was a really, really fun game to be a part of. I think one of the key things from my position, or probably two key things, was Marcus's decision to go east rather than west. Probably made a huge difference for both of us. And then I think, my decision to take on Isaac as a partner, and at that point I had been kind of trying to either Wintergreen or Juggernaut, and I kind of just tossed both of those aside and went with the Janissary option, which was probably short-sighted, and probably threw the East into more chaos than it should have been in late game.
Well, net result is Jason Gray topping that board with a pretty solid French position. Would have been really difficult for anyone to catch. Well done, Jason. So, all right, that was a lot of fun. Karthik, we're going to give you a break, and we're going to bring Katie on to our stream. Katie, welcome back.
Hi.
So, all right, well, we're going to pull up our final game of the Snake Pit. And Josh, why don't you introduce
Snake Pit.
The Snake Pit.
Yeah, thank you.
The Snake Pit. You want that Australian accent, that real thick one.
Yes. All right. Yeah, Josh, our players.
We want
Right.
we want a Gavin Atkinson accent. That's what we want.
Okay. Well, we got Alan Thompson in. I think this is his first game of the league. Jason back for more after that win. Nicholas Lorden back again. I think he's actually had the most games played. And then Robert Hillier is new. Let me just quickly check these next two. We got Jonathan Sun is Belvga, and Alex Batten is Bat 10. And then we've got Michael Saxton back as well.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's move on. We're making good time here. And spring of 1901, David, take it away.
All right. That Turkish opening we've seen a lot. The Galicia DMZ we've seen earlier in the VDL games tonight. Here we are seeing it in the Snake Pit. The Russian opening is not something I have not seen, but it is something that I have not seen in a while, where you do sort of that switcheroo like that. It's, when you got a DMZ, that's the way you do it. The Livonia thing is sometimes because you're going to convoy to Sweden, sometimes not. It depends on the situation. But otherwise, London to the English Channel is the other thing that really jumps out at me after we just had this discussion a few minutes ago about how often do people go to the channel. Here we go.
And followed up with Wales, too.
Yes, indeed. And convoying to Brest there was probably not the best guess, because what else did Paris have to do? So probably should have taken the guess on Belgium there. Nobody else could touch Belgium, so why not? But anyway, that's what happened there. Venice to Piedmont's not a good sign for the French, obviously, in addition to Munich to Burgundy. I don't know what Lawton did this time, but he needs to do something else. Sweden. fleet into Romania. We've talked earlier about what that could mean, and it's usually not really good for Turkey to see the fleet in Romania. And we got Smyrna to Syria, the famous Andrew Goff, Lepanto, come on, man, you're not going to do anything. I'm in Syria. But there is no Lepanto because the armies went north for the Italians.
All right, take a look at that, Katie.
Ooh.
Anything stand out to you here?
Yeah, Fleet Ankara is really you don't see that a lot. Like almost always it's something to
And fleet
prevent
sales.
AI. And fleet,
fleet
well,
sales.
fleets too. Yes, correct. Yeah. Russia and Turkey are fighting very
So-
clearly. Yeah.
David, they agreed with you that the fleet in Romania is not a good sign for Turkey. So,
No.
Right.
Josh, what's one thing we need to know about this one?
I don't actually know. I was driving between Perth and Albany for this game, but my impression here, looking at these builds, is that Turkey and Russia are going to waste a lot of energy fighting each other while Austria gets a free pass. Is kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Well,
I
let's
also think the French build is really weird. Like presumably England went to the Channel and Wales and is attacking you, and then you build an army in Marseille. That's
well,
really
you've got army in Burgundy. I don't think there's a good choice here.
That's true. I actually didn't see the army in Burgundy. You're right. It's really not good for Nicholas. You're right.
Spring of 1902, Katie.
All right. Well, the army in Burgundy matters because it goes to Gascony, which is not a good place for it to be if you're France. And it looks like Italy's sort of hedging their bets. They go to Ionian and Western Med, and Piedmont to Marseille. It's not looking good for Nicholas. Yeah, it's not good. It's not like a full-on 3-on-1 attack, which I think you need to take out France early. So that's probably his only saving grace. But it's not looking good. That's really interesting. Okay, so Germany's taking Belgium at the same time as walking out of Sweden to destroy the Russian fleet, while England follows into Sweden. If you're in an EG and you can get Scandinavia for yourself, kudos. that's pretty good diplomacy. Really looking good for England, I think. But Germany's in Spain, so what does Germany care about Sweden when you have Spain?
It's a lot warmer. It's a lot warmer in Spain.
It's great, yeah. That's really funny. All right, so Turkey has so far won the battle over the Black Sea, but as was predicted, is losing a lot in the process. Turkey's losing Bulgaria. It looks like Austria at the moment is siding with Russia. They're moving out of Budapest and sort of making nice with Russia. Yeah, so I don't know if Black Sea is worth it if it costs you a center. I didn't even see Piedmont walking into Marseille. Wow. Sorry, this is wild. Sorry, Nicholas. This is not a good year. Yeah.
Josh,
Another Jackrabbit Western Alliance start here with the EG just blam.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. And I mean, Austria would be pretty happy here too. You've got Italy focused west. You've got Russia and Turkey focused on each other. And you've got an EG there. So they don't really have any real threats, and they're quite important to the late game balance.
So I really like the German-Italian cooperation. We don't see it super often. Josh, I'll ask you this one. What would you think if I were Italy and I pitched, hey, Germany, I'll help you get in Gascony, you go take Paris, and let me take Spain and try for Portugal?
Yeah, I'd be very tempted to do that as Italy. If you can lock down Iberia early, then you can kind of hold that and focus east. I think Italy's biggest risk when they go west is can they hold the gains that they're making while keeping themselves from getting too exposed in the east. So if they can do that really quickly, then they're in a great position.
I'll find out whether or not that happens in spring of 1903, David.
Well, the fair number of things happen, including continued cooperation between the two powers you just mentioned there in Gascony. And here come the Germans into Finland, Prussia, Silesia. I mean, that's what you do. The English army to Norway. I mean, this is just another, as I said earlier, a jackrabbit start for a Western alliance with Italian cooperation. Now, there's nothing wrong with that if you can figure out a way to unhinge that EG, but otherwise. But in the East, though, we've got, Austria, Alan, continuing to take advantage of this Russia-Turkey war. Russia finally gets in the Black Sea if that ends up mattering in the long run, because here come the Germans. So
And the
Operation
English.
Barbarossa in Warsaw is gone.
And St. Pete is gone.
And St. Pete is gone, yes.
But they get into Ankara.
Again, if the point of the game was to say, you, Turkey, are not going to win this fight between us, then you have won, Russia. But
Russia
otherwise,
wins. Yeah.
not so sure. Paris gone, Portugal gone, Mid-Atlantic gone. Hopes for anybody other than E or G waning.
Ooh. What a German position. It's 0-3, and you have Spain and Portugal and Warsaw.
That is something. And Paris.
And Paris.
I think Italy's got a chance here.
Italy's got a chance if they've got a chance if various things happen. Things that we haven't seen happen much tonight, which is the Western Alliance falling apart.
Yeah, Italy needs to keep Germany on side and have Germany decide to work with them.
I mean, it is a +2. Germany has some opportunities here, but man, they are spread out to decide they're going to also fight England.
Yeah.
That would be quite a spread.
Yeah.
All right, winner of 03. Those are not the builds you would expect if that alliance structure were to change. So we'll move on into spring of 04. Katie.
England is very happy with Italy and Germany cooperation and is moving past them into NAF. But Italy is also moving backwards. I guess France is going to Tunis while they lose Brest, but they're going to lose Tunis. So I think this is Nicholas's last year, probably.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
North Africa.
Well, it's in Tunis, but there's 3.
Oh, there's
Italian.
3 fleets. You're right.
Yeah.
Apparently, I
I think-
can't see.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to last, but maybe he will.
Oh, he is higher than 2. You're right. That's true.
So pretty good for Italy. The bounce in Venice, probably fine, probably arranged. I don't know why Russia walked out of Ankara so that Austria could walk in. That's a little weird. It also makes me think Austria is going to take Smyrna, which would be +3 because of Romania and Ankara, but maybe 4 if they can get into Sev. I don't know. I think we should watch Austria because I think they might have an incredible.
Let's keep.
This is the fall.
Yeah.
This is the fall. Sorry.
Well, that was spring, so we're about to move into the fall.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Great. Let's see it.
Josh, before we do that, do you make that choice? If you're Austria here, do you want Smyrna?
It depends on the diplomacy with Italy. I think that it's really important for Austria and Italy to work together. But if your conversations are saying, I don't think that's the case, then you're going to have to scramble and come up with maybe try and get a plan with Germany going. So it's kind of hard to say without listening to the conversations. I am a little bit intrigued why Austrian armies are moving away from Germany while German armies are moving towards Austria. That doesn't look very good. But we'll see what happens.
They're coming to help.
Yes. All right, Katie.
They're just like the government. They're here to help.
Our eyes will be on Smyrna as we move into fall.
Everything is fine and dandy. But what does Austria need Smyrna for? They have Romania. They have Ankara. They've got 2 builds off of Russia. It's okay. Russia loses Moscow. Russia's down to 1.
Oi.
So Russia's not long for this world. And if the EG stick together, which has been the theme of the night, and look at the lack of units. Okay, North Sea's empty, English Channel's empty. There's no units between England and Germany. This is, I think, a very strong EG and probably really fun to play. Like, it's really cool. yeah, I think they're going to stick together, and I think it's not good for anybody else. Austria's up in there in the score count, but I don't think it's going to last.
All right, so we haven't done this for any of these snake pit games because of time, but I think we do have enough time for Who Do You Like? So, Josh, you are new to the broadcast, and since you don't know, or do you know the outcome on this one?
I do, but it doesn't matter. I would prefer to play England here, I think. Having the two builds is great. There's no real threat to English positions, and you kind of have a problem with Austria, Italy, and Germany. At some point, they're all going to have to focus on each other, which means that England could just come in and take a board top from here.
Katie?
I'm going to assume that the EG sticks, and I think I pick Germany because I think in a race, Germany wins. If they fight, I do agree with Josh that England probably wins. But I am a lover of peace, apparently, and I think Germany will win the race.
Let me make an argument for Austria then, because
Yeah.
we have been saying EG, and all that is correct. But one thing that I sometimes don't react to and respond to enough is the difference in scoring system and format. So you've only got maybe 4 more years, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 more years, most likely 8 more moves. It is possible that Austria could get in a situation to take some of these centers from the Italians and the Russians and stuff, while Germany is still trying to get in a position. I mean, the Austrians are building 2 here. They're not going to not have some units.
True.
So I'm going to make an argument that Austria has a shot.
I think the trick for Austria is going to be finding a way to get those centers without throwing the game to England.
Yeah, it would have to be towards the end of the game. But my point is, it's easier to pull off in a game that's going to end in 1908. If this was going to be a longer time EG alliance and they're just going to grind the crap out of you, then Austria has very little chance. But with a time limit, maybe they do.
All right. Well, winter of 1904. Let's see if Austria can start down a path that helps them walk that tightrope. Spring of 05. See you, David.
Well, of course, England is all up in the mid at this point. I guess they had to retreat out of North Africa, but I will trade North Africa and be in Lyon in Western Med at this point. Sorry, what are the Italians doing? They're kicking the Germans out of Tyrolia. That's a good sign for everybody who's not the EG. You do have the German fleets coming back, which you could argue they're not doing any good where they are, but still, if you're England, you're like, wait a minute. I didn't put anybody in the North Sea. What are you doing? But otherwise, not seeing anything else of note here. What am I missing? Anything?
No.
Fall turn, EG takes Marseille.
But England takes Marseille.
Correct.
Ugh.
No, you're right. And the Germans, because the Germans convoy to Tuscany.
Which is cool.
It's not insignificant. We all know how important Tuscany is with an army. The Italian army in Tyrolia gets killed. Austrians move units into position. They take Smyrna. Who knows whether Italy cares about that or not.
How can they?
Well, you never know. I mean, they could say, look, my units are all on the line and important. And what is your unit in con? It's not even helpful. All it's doing is killing my frontline unit. I mean, it's conceivable that Italy would say, what the crap, man?
It's true.
I would.
I mean, I would too, but I would also feel hopeless about it.
Yeah. Josh, do you like the choice by Germany to convoy here? Is that like more long-sighted play that's going to pay off for them, or do you think that's the right or a wrong choice?
It's definitely more fun, and it's good that they also got into Tyrolia. And I think it probably would pay off. If they didn't get into Tyrolia, then probably not. But yeah, definitely very fun. Definitely a good way to keep the EG together. I guess at the risk of England's getting a lot of power back there, and they're in the North Sea.
And Katie, got Norway to north. We don't have that big gap that we saw previously. Is that significant?
Yeah, I thought that Denmark and Baltic from the German fleets were going to be to balance the north because Norway doesn't need to support St. Pete because there's not 2 on it. So I thought there would be a bounce. It could be significant. It could be miscommunication. It could be nothing. I have definitely been in and seen games where one person thinks they're bouncing and it doesn't happen, and they go back. Like, they're not going to blow up the alliance over like an accidental advantage. But I don't know. England is building and Germany's not. So yeah.
All right. Well, we get an army. Could be a convoy.
But a convoy not to Germany. Is this me? Is it my turn?
It's you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, it does try to go to NAF. It doesn't make it. So Germany follows England into Marseille as England moves to Piedmont and Germany moves to Venice and loses Bohemia. And also Ukraine. Somebody who knows stalemate lines better knows what that means, but I don't know. I think
for Alan. It's good for Alan.
It's good for Alan. It's good for David Hood's pick, and nobody's surprised.
Although he's helping the Germans into Venice, though.
It's really nice of him. Yeah, it is actually kind of weird. Yeah, that is actually kind of weird. Maybe because he stabbed Italy, and Italy has made it obvious that it's like death to Alan, and he's like, "Well, you'll die to somebody." Or maybe this is an 11-11-11. What if that happens?
That's not a good result in the snake pit scoring system.
Well, it's not a good result ever, David.
Agreed.
Well, there are some scoring systems where it is not a bad result. This is not one of them.
But also, players play for different reasons than just scoring as well. So that could still be a desired outcome for they're enjoying playing together or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah,
And
I'm
decision
sorry.
fatigue is
Paris
real.
is English now? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Paris is English. I missed that.
I don't know, but if Austria can somehow figure out a way to top this board and have one fleet and an Italy that's not a friend, that would be quite a thing. I still think it's unlikely, but it's interesting that the possibility even exists. He doesn't even try to take Warsaw or anything. That's also interesting. Wow.
Warsaw's guaranteed. You go to Munich, you can either get Munich or Warsaw, right?
Yeah, because
You
Silesia
tap,
would have
put
to
2
hit
on Warsaw and go to Munich, right? You get one of them.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that a German army in Tyrolia that's being killed?
It is.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Which
That's
is
not
again, when you've got a positional game, is pretty important.
Okay, sorry, it wasn't guaranteed. Then I forgot.
But still, it's surprising that you don't even take a shot there.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a fascinating end game in a game that's going to end in probably 2 years. This is pretty fascinating.
Germany and Rome and Venice also.
Indeed.
All right, as we move into winter of 1906, we've got a 12-center Robert Hillier in Germany. We've got a 11-center Austria by Alan Thompson. We've got a 9-center England in Jason Gray. I think any of these powers have a shot to win this one. This is a really, really interesting point in the game. This is a fascinating game. So, Josh, really glad that we're able to watch this one. Thank you for bringing it to us. I have no idea how this is going to end. I can't wait to find out. David, spring of 1907.
All right, Austria. I see a lot of holding and supporting. There must be some kind of diplomatic play going on here. There's got to be.
Austria just supported Rome to Naples, right?
Yeah, this is some kind of diplomatic play between Austria and Germany, which is, it's hard to know what the background and what the story is there, but it's very interesting to me because I think with 4 moves left, it would have been time for Austria to make their move, but maybe it's going to happen soon. England is making their move. They've convoyed to Belgium. That's going to Bergen. I mean, they've got to realize that this is the time. There's some sort of mistaken orders here, right? With Spain, you probably meant to support the move into Portugal, which would have absolutely been the right move. Yeah, that's just some kind of misorder. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah,
for England.
Yeah, they
is this on Backstabber?
South
Yeah,
Coast.
wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
You've got North Sea holding, which doesn't really make sense. Again, why not do something? Order to Holland or something. I know you don't want to lose the North Sea, but still.
Oh.
All right. English taking Marseille there. Don't bother to take Portugal
Weird.
or even try to take Portugal. Again, I'm not quite sure I understand that one.
Oh, they're
But you-
gonna even it out, right?
Yeah, it
Oh,
feels
you
like
split
think
it.
that's what it is? It's a deal? Okay.
I think so, because Germany's up 1. They're gonna be tied. It's a 3. It is 11.
Okay. All right. I just assumed that you would. Josh, you set this thing up to tell people not to do this, right?
I did, and I'm
Okay.
I'm,
I just
I'm
thought they
happy
were-
for
I
them,
just
but
thought
I'm
they were
very
gonna listen.
disappointed in this game.
I thought somebody was going to actually listen to the scoring system, but apparently not.
Turns out nobody ever listens to
you
me.
don't have to play to the scoring system. You don't have to play. You can play the way you want. You don't have to play to the scoring system. But still, wow.
Well, I'm happy for the players that they achieved a result they were looking for. I will admit to being a little disappointed after that amazing 1905. To have this result is not as entertaining for us as a player or as a viewer, but that ending aside, really good game, great mix of diplomacy and tactics. I really enjoyed this one, so thank you very much. Josh,
if you can enjoy an 11-11-11, this would be one because it didn't look like, I didn't think that's what we were going to get.
Wasn't Germany in like Vienna and Trieste at some point? Was that a different game? I don't know.
That's a different game, but
Oh, okay.
since we've had so many Western countries and Eastern centers, it's hard to get them mixed. It's easy to get them mixed up.
They're blending together.
all right. Well, Josh, thank you so much for bringing these games to us. Thank you for helping to organize. I will say that this, to me, has been the year of the Australian hobbies rebirth. It has just been fantastic. The hobby seems energized. You've got great players coming together, providing some great games. Thank you to what you and your fellow Australian organizers are doing. Thank you for letting us be a part of it.
Cool. Thank you for having us.
Josh, I just wrote an article in the last Diplomacy World about the history of the Australian hobby from an outsider's point of view, and I would not change anything about what Brian just said. This is a very exciting time for your hobby. I'm so excited for you.
Thanks. Yeah, it's good to have it. I kind of started this because it was pretty hard to play virtually in Australia. And now I'm running games and not playing them. So bit of irony there, but it's good to see it. It's growing.
That's outstanding.
Awesome. All right, Josh. Well, thank you for joining us. Have a great night or day
Thank
for
you.
you. And we'll welcome back to the stream Karthik. And let me go ahead and pull up the next game. Karthik, did you get a chance to catch any of those games?
Yeah, I did. It was really fun to watch Dave had to sit through that 11-11-11 one. That was fantastic.
All right. So I do want to warn everyone there were some technical issues with Backstabber that apparently there was a bug that needed to be fixed. It did impact some of our games. I want to admit up front, I don't know the state and quality of our games right now in Dipcast, so I do apologize if we don't get all of the information. I am going to do a quick update to my software just to see if there's any changes here. So while I'm doing that, Karthik, David, Katie, do y'all mind talking through just kind of summarize what we've seen tonight and any opinions on any of that?
I will start off by saying this. We just sort of made fun a little bit of 11-11-11-1 finishes. And I actually agree with the criticism. I don't think that's very fun myself. But I think it's important to emphasize for those that are watching this broadcast and for those that are learning the game that one of the great things about this game is that there is more than one way to play it. There's more than one way to play it from an objectives point of view, from a what is fun for me point of view, and for what do I want at the end point of view. And don't take anything that we say. In some ways, we're just having fun with each other because we love each other here on the DBN. We are not trying to say that there's anything wrong with anybody deciding they want to play the game some other way. In fact, I know for me, I speak just for speaking for me only, I totally support that. I totally support a diversity in scoring systems for that reason. People like different things. I totally support a diversity in the way you set up your tournaments, whether you have time limits or not. Some people really like them. Some people don't. Some people like unlimited games. And I would just say that my vote is that we support everybody's way of looking at the game. But it's also okay for us to say, I don't like that particular style, and here's why. Because some people might be interesting to them, but don't take it as a criticism for us saying that we don't like the way you played that game or something. That's not really what we're saying. Even
I
if
totally agree.
Even
I
if it
totally
comes
agree.
across that way, that's not really what we're trying to say.
We're mostly joking. Yeah. But I have been a victim, whatever, not a victim, but a target of should they really play that way, like care bearing or not, playing to my potential on the board or whatever. Like I've been in that position before where I've seen commentators on this channel be like, what is she doing? Like, what is happening? And whatever, like I had fun playing that game and I wouldn't change it. And I'm going to joke on 11-11-11s all the time. I've been in one. Okay. I have been in one, but mostly because Brandon was in like two of them one time. And I just want to give Brandon crap for it. It's mostly at Brandon's expense. It's
well,
not
we all support that.
It's not at the expense of the people actually in the 11-11-11. It's at Brandon's. So
yeah, and of course, as a proverbial punching bag of the hobby, whether I solo, I get made fun of. When I get 11-11-1s, I get made fun of. When I get eliminated, I get made fun of. So just take everything with a grain of salt. It's not that big of a deal.
Maybe it's not about your diplomacy. Maybe it's about you.
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at.
So I guess Karthik is now whining. Okay.
He's whining now. Come on.
Par for the proverbial course.
I wasn't whining. I was saying it's fine. Just take everything with a grain of salt because none of it really matters. It's not a big deal. We're all having fun.
David, you're the best commentator ever. You're the best.
All right, we'll stop there before we go any further. I did want to just I brought this up on stream, but I'll bring it up again. Game creates time and place for literally everything. That's what's great. I completely agree. Yeah. One of my favorite things about the 11-11-11 is the tension that it can create. Something that I always appreciate is as long as there is incentive for someone to make a move and they choose not to, that's choice. And that choice is what's so much fun about this. Like, yes, there's always that temptation, and you as a other player who's participating, like, do you feel like they're going to follow through with this? Are they going to do it? Or is somebody going to make a move? And then what happens if they make that move? That's what keeps it interesting, keeps it dynamic, and helps keep me interested in that style of game. So one thing we will probably not see is an 11-11-11 for our first game. I think this is the one that had the most issues. We'll find out. I know one of these games ends pretty early due to the technical issues. So again, I apologize to the players. I know it was a rough night because of the issues. I believe they've been resolved, and we're going to play through what information we have and see what happens. I am going to bring up standings at the end of this as well, and I'll just give everyone a grain of salt that I don't know if they'll be accurate based off that. So we're going to go through, work with the VDL organizers to get all of the correct standings, get everything imported in the software based on whatever end state it ended up being. We'll make it right. Hopefully it's right for us tonight. We'll find out. If not, we'll enjoy the craziness together. Right, so we have our last two games of the night, starting with Adele. And I believe, David, you get a break. Actually, David, I think we're saying goodnight to you. So thank you so much for joining us as always.
You got it, and y'all have a good rest of your night.
All right, take care. All right, Katie, we're going to have you take the lead on this one. So Karthik, introduce our players.
Cool. So in BDL 183, we have Navy Wolf playing Austria, Basilius Oferis playing England, neither of whom I'm familiar with. But someone who I am familiar with is John Jameson playing France. The secret to know that you're playing with John Jameson is to know that a draw vote failed and no one claiming credit for it. If it does happen. That was John Jameson. Then we have Patrick playing Germany, Andrew Bykov, who we both recently saw, and then someone who we know well but haven't seen today, Doug Malott playing Russia. And then in Turkey, we have Isaac Ukes, who has been a mainstay, I feel like, of this broadcast, both in the Australian games and also in our mainline VDL games.
Yeah, Isaac having one heck of a year this season for sure. Take us through spring of 1901. Here we go.
Yep.
Can
So
I
spring
interrupt really quickly?
1901. What?
Wait, I'm sorry. This is purely selfish for me. Is Doug Malott, was he one of the DBNI finalists?
Yeah.
Okay. I
absolutely.
recognize his name, but I wasn't 1,000% sure.
Yeah.
He was France, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Yes.
Doug had fantastic success, mainly playing in the online extended deadline community. Made a huge splash last season. Glad to see him in the virtual game tonight. So,
Okay, thank you.
Katie,
Sorry.
spring of 1901.
Okay, sorry. Okay, we have a bounce on Black Sea and a DMZ in Galicia. So fairly standard for both. Could really mean anything. England is moving north with the fleet to Eddie. I think that could mean anything too. I think anything could mean anything. Venice goes to Trieste. That's probably the one thing that I think is most interesting. Very possible that that's agreed, and this is going to be an early AI. I don't think we should waste time with me speculating more. Okay, yeah. So it's actually, what's it called? The Kilopanto, where Trieste goes to Serbia. I don't love it for Italy, but you know, he's got his 5th build, so good for Andrew. Meanwhile, Doug, I missed that he went north, but that is pretty exciting. He's got Sweden and he's got Romania and St. Pete's open for a build if he wants it, which I assume he will. I don't know. I will say a huge bummer right now is England. I think misordered Eddie to Norway, and so England doesn't have a build. And not only is that sort of a bummer for this turn, but I think it probably will have an impact on the game going forward. I've seen that before. You know, you get off to a really bad start, and sometimes that you can't recover from it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the case. I do know that whatever the bug was impacting convoys. I have no idea if this is a bug or if this is an order. If anyone who's playing in the game is on the live chat and can let us know if it was a bug, let us know. We're going to assume that it is not a bug unless we're told otherwise, but just
yeah, Italy was able to convoy to Tunis, so at least a convoy went through, but
all right, winter of 1901. We've got 2 builds for Italy. Everything else pretty typical. And take a look at that. And then Karthik, let you anything you want to say about these? Otherwise, we'll move on.
Only thing I want to call attention to is Fleet Venice, which is
a lot of fleets.
Well, a lot of fleets in general, yes, but Fleet Venice is just an
You're right.
odd build any time of year.
You're right.
So, but yeah, I love to see all the fleets. Curious to see what they do with them.
Yeah, when I play Austria and I let Trieste get borrowed or do the Key Lepanto, I will say, hey, I want 2 fleets, but Venice is not one of the ones that I was expecting.
Right.
You also, whoa, that's weird. But you also really want the Australian fleet in Greece, right? Because otherwise,
Right.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
All right, Karthik.
So yeah, I mean, Portugal has nothing better to do, so of course it walks to Moscow. Can't blame him. Very Napoleonic of him. Marseille walks to Spain, while Spain goes to Mid-Atlantic. Brest gets bounced out of the English Channel. Both Germany and Picardy try to support a convoy to Belgium, but England does not seem to want it, which I find interesting. Doug Malott moves into Norway. In the south, we have Doug Malott moving into Ukraine while just holding elsewhere, which does allow the Austrians to walk into Galicia. The Turks support Constantinople into Aegean, denying the Ionian access and also making it in themselves. And the Venice fleet and the Albanian fleet simply bounce in the Adriatic, which I think is a waste of time for all involved.
All right.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
That's great.
It
Which
was
honestly-
good for them.
Great
for
foresight
England.
from the English. I don't know how they saw that coming, but like mad props.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything for them, unfortunately. But
No, it doesn't do a lot. No.
But yeah, delay is the inevitable, I guess. The Germans take the North Sea by force. Nothing could be done to prevent it, realistically speaking. The Norwegian Sea goes to now North Atlantic to defend Liverpool. Maybe a turn too late though, because no. With the move to North Sea to London by a retreat, Wales is defendable against a convoy. But God, it is looking rough for the English here. And then in the south, we see the Venice fleet go to Apulia, while the Naples fleet moves to Tyrrhenian. We have Serbia supporting Greece into Bulgaria, getting close to letting the Albanian fleet in, but unfortunately, the Albanian fleet still gets bounced out. But one day soon, hopefully, Albania gets into Greece, and we can see some progress there. Bulgaria does fall once again, though, which is very, very good for the AI alliance.
I think it's very, very good for Russia because AI is not being very efficient at all, which lets Russia sort of take a, just chill and wait. And also, I don't know if this was intentional. I don't know if this ever crossed Doug's mind, but I actually really like the army being in St. Pete because he can't build in the north, which just lets him wait a little bit longer. Sometimes it's really detrimental to wait and be to not do something, right? You're losing time, momentum, whatever. And sometimes you just really want to see how things play out without having it without having to make a decision immediately. And I don't know if this was planned. And even if it wasn't planned, I don't know if he thought this, but I feel like if I were him, I'd be like, well, good thing I can't decide about a northern thing right now. I'll just build in Moscow or something, or Warsaw maybe, because the Austrian army. I don't know. I like it though. He's also up 2 centers, so go Russia. I don't know.
When we get a question from Fan AM, have you guys witnessed Russia bounce England in Norway of 01? I'm going to put on my old man hat since David Hood's gone. And yes, that used to be more common than what we see in today's meta. I will say that over the past 2 or 3 years, I've noticed more DMZs in Galicia, so therefore Russia tending to move north more often. So I could see that happening more frequently, but it still doesn't seem to be as often as what it used to be back in the late 90s, early 2000s era when I started playing. Karthik, Katie, either of y'all have theories on why that might be?
Yeah, so there's 2 reasons for that. One of them is that England doesn't go to the English Channel anymore, or as much, which basically allows them to go to Norwegian and guarantee the convoy to Norway if they want it. And then 2, we also see St. Petersburg, while it happening less often than I feel like it did in the early 2010s when I first started playing, when I feel like the octopus and the squid were 2 of the most common openings for Russia.
Nobody knows what those are.
Pressure on.
You have to say what those are. Nobody knows what that is.
Sure, fine. The octopus is where Sevastopol goes to the Black Sea, Warsaw goes to Galicia, St. Petersburg goes to Norway. St. Petersburg goes to Bothnia, and Moscow goes to St. Petersburg, and then the squid is just called Warsaw goes to Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yep.
It sounds like a club.
Can I build on that?
Yeah.
I think that Karthik is probably not wrong. Whatever, I'm not going to argue with him. But I also think that what's a lot more common if Russia wants to fight England is the move to Finland, because then you can open St. Pete for the build. You're almost certainly going to at least get bounced out of Norway, if not England supporting themselves there. So if you can't move, you're going to be stuck in St. Pete and you can't build in the north. So I think what I've seen be a lot more common is if Russia wants to be anti England is to go to Finland first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, unless you're an RNG truther. Sure.
All right. Winner of 1902. We've got, let you take a look at those adjustments, and then Katie will move on to spring of 03.
Ooh. Carly, this is you. Talk about it. It's exciting. Double convoys.
Katie before I started talking about it. No, so this is wild. I love this. So we have the convoy for Spain into Wales, the convoy for Holland into London with support. Is that for? Yeah, that's support from the English Channel. Then we have God knows what's happening in the East. So we have Austria and Italy combining to take out Romania. We have Serbia supporting. Oh no, sorry, Albania supporting Ionian to Greece, just trying to get the fleets into position so that a play can be made on Aegean. And then also the convoy back to Tuscany. Armies are flying around fleets so hard. This is just beautiful to watch happen.
It's chaotic.
Yeah.
Armies
It's-
flying around so much that apparently this is where the fleets went poof. So the bug was that whenever you would convoy, it would blow up.
What? Can you imagine like a rule variant? Like if you convoy an army and your fleet gets consumed.
And so sadly, the game draws here. So unfortunate that we were impacted by that. Net result is Doug Malott coming out on top.
Right?
With 7 centers. Now, I mean, I will say there's an advantage in a short time frame for Germany. I mean, I'm sorry, for Russia.
Yeah.
But this was also pretty effective play here by Doug. So we'll give the shout out. Yeah.
That was incredible. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
So
The fleets just are gone.
I don't know if this game counts for scoring or any of that, so we'll have to find out. I would have to go back and look at the rules. I know that Zach Moore, the commission, will probably get involved. He'll figure it all out and get it sorted out. But yeah, just really unfortunate that we were impacted by that.
Convoys are not as good when the convoying fleet is consumed in the process. Yeah. Yeah.
So, hey, it was still an entertaining game. So thank you so much for everybody sticking with that. I know there were a lot of players trying really, really hard to make that work. So, all right. Well, with that, let's move to our next game. And I don't know how far this one gets. So hopefully it goes past 1902. We got VDL 184 Beatles. I'm going to swap here. So Karthik, you'll get the odd years. Katie, get the even. And Katie, why don't you introduce our players?
All right, Austria, we've got Speedio. In England, we've got Dominic. I don't know anything about either of them. In France, we've got Justin Lohr, who we've seen earlier and who had a solo going into this weekend, but an elimination in a previous round. Germany is Alan Thompson, who was the Austria, right, who wiggled his way into the 11-11-11. Italy, Robert Hillier, who was the Germany in the 11-11-11. Maybe. I think he was Germany at some point. I've been that game. Maybe not. Russia, Johnny Gillam, and Turkey, Jamal Blackerly. Both people I'm very familiar with, but won't waste our time talking about them. Let's see how they play. And, I think we're going to see an RT. We'll see.
Before we do that, one last note. Yes, John, I completely agree. Shout out to Cody. I know he was trying really, really hard to get that thing fixed. Players even went as far as trying to put it into a sandbox, take picture of their orders, and send them in. And it was just a rough night. So, all right, hopefully we get better luck here. And let's get to our final game of the night. Katie, this one's you. Spring of 1901.
I thought Karthik was odd.
I'm sorry, Karthik.
Yeah, go ahead, Karthik.
Yeah, cool. So in spring 1901, we see, I said it doesn't happen very often, but here we go. London goes to the English Channel. How about that? We see Munich sneak into Burgundy, though. We also don't see that happen very often. Rough start for Justin Lohr. He may be paying the solo tax one more time today. We see Trieste slide into Albania, while Budapest goes to Romania. I haven't seen this in probably 13 years. Like, this is how they originally used to do the Kilo Ponto, except Venice didn't go to Trieste here, but I feel like that was used to be the old school opening for it. And then here we see Jamal go to Armenia with the Crimean Crusher. This is just a bonkers opening board. Johnny seems to be the only one doing anything normal besides Justin.
Whoever predicted an RT was really bad at this game.
Yeah. My prediction of no moves to the English Channel is really bad at this game. Seems like none of us know what we're talking about. Oh my. Convoy to Norway goes unopposed. Bounce in Sweden. Poor Johnny. The fleet gets supported into Sevastopol.
By the Turk? Why?
By Turkey.
Why?
While I mean, presumably there's going to be a build and it's going to get blown up, but the army gets supported into Galicia. Wild.
It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense, right? Why not just put Ukraine in Romania?
So they can blow up the fleet.
Yeah, but you can do that later. I don't know.
I don't know. They watched the 1900 the early game and wanted to do it themselves. I guess I don't know.
All
I
right.
don't have a world championship, so
Winner of 1901. We'll go ahead and call out the builds. We've got time. Katie, I'm going to go to you for this one. What stands out to you with these adjustments?
well, the Turkish fleet in Smyrna, right? That's not anti-Russian, or at least it's more anti-Italy or AI. That's probably, I don't know. Maybe they're going to do some convoy thing. Who knows? We'll see. There's a fleet in Berlin as opposed to Kiel. I always think that's interesting because you could just put it in Kiel and nobody would care. You know, like you could go either way. So I think anytime a fleet's built in Berlin, it's interesting. And at the same time, you've got England building a fleet in Liverpool, well, and in London, but especially Liverpool. So I think we've got an EG, which we already know. For us, it's English. Germany has Paris. Like it is an EG, but I think they're continuing. Not very exciting. Yeah, EG. Austria moving to the line. Looks like they did try to blow up the Armenian fleet. They weren't able to because of the tapped support of Bulgaria, Italy, and Marseille and Western Med. People moving to the line. I don't know. This looks like the East reacting to an EG, which is what they probably should do. Brest and Paris are gone in 01. So, I don't know. England taking back Brest. Austria and Munich. I don't know. Italy and Trieste. That isn't... Well, it's probably not agreed because Italy also supports Turkey into Greece, the convoy. So that's kind of weird, right? You're worried about an EG and you're like eating Austria. Oh,
Yeah.
that's kind of weird.
Why do you say that, Katie?
Well, I don't think like Turkey and Italy, they're clearly not really worried about an EG, right? Because Austria's in Munich. Like you'd think everyone's going to the line, but they're taking Greece, taking Bulgaria back, taking Trieste. No, if I'm Austria here, I'm like, well, I'm not going to help you guys hold the line. Like I would be going to EG immediately and being like, all right, let me survive if you can. Maybe they can't too, you know, maybe there's nothing that anybody can do for Austria. Johnny's got a couple holds. I don't know. There's like a miscommunication with Romania and Black and Bulgaria, but maybe that's fine. Were weird things happening right now with the software? I mean, I don't see any convoys, so maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, actually, there's a convoy to Greece, and it worked, so maybe it's not fine.
Winner of 1902, we've got Germany in the lead at 7 centers, followed by Italy at 6. And Karthik, I'll let you call out these adjustments or just anything that stands out to you.
What stands out to me is the fleet built in Rome versus Naples, signaling very, very clear intent to go west, basically ignoring the east. And Turkey does respond by building fleet Smyrna.
And Aegean did disappear, by the way. Jamal said that in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Aegean had convoyed and it's gone now.
Yeah, so really it's just a rebuild of the fleet, not like, a clear, negative thing.
Well, it's a glitch. Of course it's negative. You're not Aegean anymore.
No. As in not an anti-Italian thing is what I was saying.
Oh.
All right. So
Let's keep going.
Well, because this is glitchy, I suspect that I need to import a different game. So we'll keep playing, but at this point, we're going to reach a point where I think I'm going to have to stop. So I'm going to just see if we've got any more moves here. So I'm going to take this out of the broadcast real quick, and I'm just going to see. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to need to switch over and see if I can import this other game. So while we're doing that, if y'all can talk through whatever is interesting to you right now about what we've seen recently, shifts in the meta. I don't know.
I think we'll just fight, Brian. I think Karthik and I
go.
will just fight.
I didn't want to fight. I wasn't going to say anything mean, but like no. So like I was just going to say I just want to give a kudos to all the GMs who supported these late night games that made it possible to run. It was very, very clearly hard in all of them. Some of them chose to go with manual adjustments. Some of them went with backup sandboxes. And I also want to give kudos to Brian also for doing the background tech work to make all this happen. I don't think we've ever had to swap out sandboxes live on broadcast before. Things like this are hard for all involved. Just kudos to everyone for making it possible. And then I guess thanks to the viewing audience for being patient while we take care of this.
Yeah, I'll agree with Karthik for once ever. That's your reward, Debian audience, for waiting. Your reward for being patient is me agreeing with Karthik for once.
Yeah.
Where's David Hood when you need him?
Right.
To be mean to
This
Karthik?
actually may be more offensive to David Hood than like giving centers away. Like Katie agreeing with me has to be top of that list.
I'll agree with people organizing diplomacy events. I love diplomacy. I think more people should play this game. I would love for more people to be involved and to be like playing games that I'm in. I actually think so. I haven't played virtual a lot in the past year or two. Like I played a lot maybe 3 years ago.
Mhm.
And every time I see like a board where I only recognize one name, I get really excited. I'm like, oh, there's like new players. I get to like see different play styles. I think it's great. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, I want to just say we've got over the past couple of months or so, there's been a lot of players that have come in that are new or new to the virtual hobby at least. Really, really grateful to have the growth in the hobby. It's an exciting time to be a player right now. Just lots and lots of different ways to play this game. Here on League Night, we cover leagues from around the world. And we've got Australia, we've had Europe, we've got Tour of Britain coming up. Just really great ways. And that's just in the virtual format. We've also got Nexus Press League for extended deadline leagues. Not a league, but the Olympus tournament has just been a really, really good extended deadline event. I know I was talking about this a couple months ago, and it's got one of the strongest talent pool of any extended deadline event that I've ever seen. Just really, really good event. And then, of course, we've also got the face-to-face hobby. Lots of tournaments coming up. So just really good time to be a diplomacy player right now.
Agreed.
Right. And I'm just checking to see if I've got the game data yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, while you do that, I just want to comment on something Jamal said. He asked my opinion on how to use diplomacy cards. I'm not going to give my full opinion on that because that's
What's a diplomacy card?
Australian secret. But I will say, from my personal experience, it's very important not to run out of them because when you run out of them, things go really badly for you.
I don't know what a diplomacy card is.
Mhm.
What is that?
Exactly. That's why you come down under and play some diplomacy down south.
I guess I wasn't invited. Jamal hates me.
It's because he's not a diplomacy master like you are, Katie.
A diplomacy master.
Yeah. You made his hand.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I was in a Masters tournament once. You know the Masters tournaments they used to play on WebDiv? I'm just taking up time, Brian. Just cut me off whenever you're ready. I'm just...
Oh, I will.
Okay.
Let's not go to the Masters tournament because then you're going to fight me because of...
No, you were the worst. But yeah, that game was the worst. We don't have to talk about it. But it's a tournament where you only get a point if you solo. And I did a 17-17. And it was
Wait, so you
Did
didn't
you
even
not
get the
know
full. So you didn't get the full 0.1 point for a board top either.
Nope.
You got like 0.05
I got 0 points
for
for
that
it.
game.
I got no points. I was Turkey and the French player, shout out to Yig. We got along so well. It's like a 4-month-long game, right? And
Yeah,
by
of
the
course it
end,
was Yig.
we're like, well, I don't really want to make you lose. So we just 17-17, and Goldie was the TD, and he was mad. He was not happy about it. And a lot of people were like, this is stupid. You guys have wasted all of our time. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. But it goes back to what we were saying with David earlier. There's so many ways to play this game. Like, you can't tell me the way to spend my free time and have fun playing a game. Like, I'm going to do what I want. Whatever.
Absolutely, 100%.
It was fun.
But
I am a master, but I got no points in that tournament.
You say that we can play any way we like, but you seem to have very big problems with how I played my German game.
No, Karthik, it's not about how you play. It's you as a person. It's funny because I feel like I've played with you more than a lot of people, and I've had a lot of frustrated games with you, and some of my favorite games have been playing with you too.
Yep.
It's just a lot of stop having fun wrong. I'm having fun wrong. I don't know who Captain Gaming is. The youngest player to share a board top. That's what I learned tonight, right?
Yeah.
I'm having fun wrong. Do you know too? I'm just gonna keep talking about my life, Brian, until you cut me off. I was playing a D&D campaign once, and the DM was like, "You guys are not doing it the way I want it to," and he literally told us that we were having fun wrong. I was like,
what do you mean? Okay, I feel like it's okay for someone like for Captain Gaming to tell you that, but I feel like your DM can't tell you you're having fun wrong.
The only rule of a DM is to help their players have fun. And he was like, "You're doing it wrong." We're like, "Okay, fine."
Like, sounds like you're the one doing it wrong, buddy.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't. I hope he never sees this, but I don't think he knows about diplomacy. So it's fine.
All right, so we are going to try this. I have
Yeah, let's
no
get back
idea
to
if it's going to work. If it does not work, then I want to apologize to everyone. We'll just have to, maybe we'll show it in a future broadcast or something like that. But
Fingers crossed.
Let's see if we have orders in here.
Worst case scenario, you can listen to me and Katie just like ramble.
All right. There's nothing to do.
I'll go grab a beer and we can have a good time.
All right, this is going to be really interesting. I have I have moves, but I don't know who the players are. So this is going to be a entertaining little session here for us. So I'm pulling this up. We'll share the screen. And if players, if you happen to know who's who, please let us know. And this is our final game of the night, and the game of, or the night of the tech issues. We'll have to come up with a good name for it. Night of the missing fleets or something. Spring of 1901. Katie, I'm going to put you in the odd years, and let's go ahead.
Okay, I think we saw this opening before, right?
Yeah.
Turkey was Jamal. Russia is Johnny. England, I'm going to cheat and look at Captain Gaming. England was Dominic. France was Justin Lore. Germany was Alan. And I caught up. Oh, Italy was Rob. But we did see this.
I think we made it all the way to like 1903.
Yeah.
So we went through here. Let's just go ahead and quickly recap. Katie, you can do your years just to kind of help get us back into the storyline here.
Okay, quick recap. France is having a bad time. England is in Brest. Germany's in Paris. The Russian fleet is now in Romania, and the Turkish fleet is in Black Sea. Germany's got 3 builds and builds one of those as a fleet in Berlin. But Turkey's build is not anti-Russian, and he does make it to Aegean, which we know, and then he'll convoy, and hopefully the fleet won't disappear this time.
Let's find out. All right,
There's
we
the
go.
convoy.
Okay, so fall of 1902, this is where we stopped. So we'll go ahead and see these adjustments. Telna, we've been doing this for almost 5 years, and this is the first time we've ever had this issue before, fortunately. So, all right, winter of 1902. We've got these adjustments, and Katie, I'll let you call these out.
Okay. Well, Turkey this time built an army in Caen and didn't have to build a fleet in Smyrna because that fleet didn't get blown up. Italy builds a fleet in Rome, which is very pro-Turkey. Maybe we're seeing some IT stuff. I'm sure Karthik will be very happy to see that. Germany's got an army, which is good for the EG, and France kind of makes sense, is disbanding Picardy and probably hoping to defend Iberia. Or to be a Janissary, because at the moment, if it's still my turn to talk, France is sending England ahead of them into Western Med while taking back Marseille with German help. So I think that this is a case of France, Janissary for the EG. Turkey positions sort of south and into the Balkans. He's now got 3 armies in the Balkans. Italy, though, the fleet moved to Albania, I think is a little risky considering, well, maybe he didn't know that France was going to be on England's side and they're going to Albania, but I think that's going to bite them a little bit. We'll see.
Sorry.
And quicksand, right? Like you thought you'd see quicksand all the time. There's no quicksand. I've never seen quicksand.
Quicksand. Oh, Black Widow bites. Black Widow bites. I was paranoid about Black Widow bites my entire childhood.
Well, you should live in the desert. There are black widows in the desert.
All right, Kate.
I'd like to say goodbye to Austria. I forget who Austria was. Jeff. Austria was Jeff. Jeff, I'm sorry. It's not looking good. Germany takes back Munich. Austria loses Vienna to Russia and Budapest to Italy and Serbia to Turkey. And I believe Austria is gone. No, I'm sorry. Austria's in Venice. So Austria still lives. But is down 3 and it's not looking great. Meanwhile, Italy gets into Western Med. France is still being a Janissary, England moving behind them, which you come to expect. And England puts an army in St. Pete, which is good for England. I think the move from Caen to Ankara is kind of weird because I guess maybe Italy was like demanding some space or something, or Jamal didn't want to be aggressive, but that's not a very helpful place for the fleet to be. So I'm kind of curious to see what he does with it.
Do we want to open up for that's what I figured. Open up for.
But you could move somewhere else. You don't have to move to Ankara.
Yeah, that's true. You can move to Smyrna as well. I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe expecting the Italian. I mean, why not go to the box even? I guess at that point, I don't know.
Again, not a world champion. So
right, exactly. What do we?
What do we?
We have 0 world champions between us. So
All 3 of us. All right. Winner of 1903. Anything stand out on these adjustments, Karthik?
Pretty bog standard.
All right. So let you go ahead through Spring of 04.
Oh, duh. See, this is why Jamal is so much smarter than us. This is a plan to blow up the fleet in Sevastopol. Coolio. So yeah, now they just blow it up in the fall. Life is good. This is just a really good RIT, it seems. Serbia is just sliding through Budapest. Ionian sliding through to Tyrrhenian Sea. This is just really, really fun. Lyon tries to go for Mid-Atlantic, but gets Western tries to go for Mid-Atlantic, but Lyon and Spain support Mao down into it, so forced retreat. But I don't think they'll be able to get that much more position, if not for the Austrians being really annoying. The Austrians being really annoying maybe what helps E and the little F Janissary break through the line over there.
And got Captain Game saying I think he's adjudicating at this point. So I know we've got a lot of people helped make this game happen. So just want to again shout out players for being patient and everybody that helped get this thing together.
Mm-hmm. And I want to shout out Italy, who is Rob H, for not overreacting to the Austrian army in Rome. A lot of people will panic and in doing so give extra builds away. This is the right move here. Ends up resulting in Rome making it back into Venice. Nothing changing hands.
Wild. Was that an
What?
agreement, or did he just read that right?
I think he just read it right, would be my guess.
That's cool. Good job, Italy.
Yep. And then convoy for Greece to Tuscany to block out the convoy of Marseille to Tuscany is wild. Love that. The fleet in Armenia finally gets blown up. Berlin gets convoy to Livonia successfully at the expense of losing Munich to Silesia. Probably a poor trade on net. And I think in doing so, that means they'll go down one. And they don't really have a good army to give because they left Belgium in place, making it very, very hard to take back Munich without giving up anything extra. So this is a really, really big move by the RIT against Germany, just tactically outplaying Allen right there.
Yeah, Karthik, first of all, you are correct about blowing up the fleet in Russia. That's the end of me telling you you're right for the rest of the night. There's also been a public request for you to what was the Turkish fleet that convoyed the army from Greece to Tuscany? What's that called?
Tyrrhenian.
What was it?
Tyrrhenian.
Oh, he didn't do it. He didn't do it, guys. I tried.
I just want to call out there were some great guesses here. Some like the convoy from Marseille to Tuscany. Great guesses that involve multiple powers. Like these multi-nationality convoys are always fun, but then to see multi-nationality convoys make great guesses about going to Tuscany convoy, like that is just delicious.
Yeah, I love that.
I love it.
It's also I think that's a really smart guess too, because either getting there is good. Like sometimes you make guesses where if you guess wrong, you don't actually want to be there and it is kind of bad for your position. But anybody getting into Tuscany in this situation is good for that side of the alliance's structure. So I think it's like it's a good guess and it's a smart one and it's like worth the risk because there's not really a risk.
Can I say it better, Katie? Well said.
Well, thanks.
Winner of 1904. We've just got one adjustment to Russia being +2, but only one space to build. Spring of 1905, Katie.
Okay, we've got Turkey moving west. Why didn't he get to Tuscany this time? I think he messed up his own convoy.
Convoying it.
Wow, rookie mistake.
Yeah, what is Jamal doing?
You know what though? Like maybe he didn't want to be there. Maybe he was playing safe, or maybe it was a real
no. I think this is a good point out. In this case, I believe the players are typing in their orders instead of entering them through the software, and then the GM is adjudicating it inside of the sandbox.
That's a lot of work.
That is a ton of work. So, yeah, that's also we get a that like you would expect to see this in a face-to-face game. It tends to happen less when you've got a online event. And then Johnny, it could be
yeah. Okay, well, regardless, it doesn't go. He does get into Trieste. Maybe he'll try to move and not move. I don't know. We'll see. At the same time, I guess so. England makes it to Portugal and also backfills MAO and takes Spain. So pretty good turn for England, actually. I don't know. Karthik maybe has thoughts on a stalemate line, but I think this is very good for England. They're in Lyon. Like that looks great. I don't. The arrows went away, and I'm from WebDip, but I can only understand a map if there are arrows on it. All right. Well, there's a lot of red arrows, so that means that nobody moved. That's all I'm done.
All right, fall of 05.
Okay. England not only is in Spain, but also takes Marseille. And that's goodbye to France. I forget who France is. Good game, France. England has eaten you. And really, really, really good year for England.
Francis Justin Lore, the soloist from before.
Yeah, the solo attacks.
Yep, solo attacks, exactly.
Okay. Jamal in Turkey has a really nice convoy to Apulia with an Italian fleet. I don't know if I've ever seen Italy convoy. Well, that's not true. I'm sure I've seen it in like a stalemate scenario, but they're not trying to form a line. So it's kind of extra fun. And also, Trieste moving to Venice to prevent it. Well, Austria can't build anyway, but whatever. Turkey is getting a dot. It's from Austria, but Austria is also getting Rome. So I guess it's like Turkey taking a dot from Italy. Italy, Russia coordination in Munich. Let's Russia, Johnny in Russia keep Munich. And there's some backpedaling by Germany, maybe to form a line better or prevent like Russia from continuing. I don't know. That's all I got.
Karthik, anything?
No, I think she hit the main points I was going to get at.
All right. So Karthik, I'll let you talk through these adjustments.
Cool. So this is looking great for Jamal. The fleets are there. Italy is basically dead. So at a certain point, Jamal is going to be probably able to walk into those dots with Italian permission. And Jamal just has that magical way about him. Like, and then in the north, we see the fleet and the army build. I think that's probably right. Timing, setting up a potential stab. So yeah, I think just good play by all around.
This is really well done by England.
Yeah, Karthik,
yep,
this one's yours.
So we see Liverpool get convoy to Gascony. Always a good time. There goes my stab call. So clearly I know nothing about what I'm talking about. We see the Turk move into Serbia, which is, in my opinion, very important. I say that a billion times. Smyrna slides west while Constantinople holds. So Turkey is clearly playing nice with Italy still, something that's very, very important to Jamal and to the Italians. Presumably that the move to Naples is just to allow him to support himself into Rome in the fall. The one hiccup that may come from this is that the English made it into Lyon, which prevents, Tyrrhenian Sea supporting Naples to Rome from being a guaranteed success. So,
what'd you say, Karthik? Can you say it again for the people in the chat?
Tyrrhenian?
No, that's not what you said. I tried. I'm trying.
All right, Katie, you said you commented about being a good turn for England here. What is it in particular about this turn?
I like getting the convoy into action. Germany is continuing to sort of, I guess Livonia maybe is moving closer to himself, but I think Germany's worried about Munich. I think that just like England has time to sort of be patient and keep making progress while setting up an opportunity for a stab, which they may or may not take. That just is like, well, what else am I going to do? I'm moving into position. I really like the convoy to Gascony. I think they could walk into Paris if they want and into North. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if that would be good for them, but I just think that they have options.
And Jamal pointing out this is Dominique's playing England, their first virtual game. So, well, very, very good start. All right, continuing through 06, Karthik.
Sweet. So going into 06, we have the Germans taking Munich by force, basically cementing the 17 on the EG side of the board, fully locked up. We see the English fleet sliding into Barentz, basically neutralizing it completely. We have the Russians sliding into Warsaw, and presumably forming their side of the line pretty soon. So it's unclear to me where the English grow next, because they can't force their way into Western. They can't force their way into Piedmont. I don't think they can make their way into Warsaw and Moscow once they get the armies into position there eventually.
Well, they
There
can.
may be
I mean,
the
they can
disband.
get
Okay,
into Tuscany
there's still progress being made in Moscow and Warsaw, technically. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
and that. Yeah.
Katie, does Jamal need Italy here?
Well, yeah. I mean, Karthik saying like, England can't force into Western is because of Italian fleets. So, yeah, if Jamal doesn't want EG to run away with it, then he definitely does. If this is a sort of patient waiting, I know the game's going to end in 1 year situation. Maybe he doesn't need him. He doesn't need Italy in that year. But I think at the moment, I think he does.
Yeah, so this could be an interesting kind of dilemma. Positionally, there's so many centers available, but if you take them, you could be giving the advantage to the opposite theater power here. So curious to see how he chooses to play that. And also, looks like Justin's doing adjudication after this move. So thank you, Justin, for doing that. All right, winner of 1906, Katie. What's any of these adjustments stand out?
Yeah, there's one of them, and it's an army in Smyrna.
You like that one?
Yeah, I think it means Jamal also thinks he needs Italy. I think it's sort of a long game kind of build. You hang out until you need it.
Potentially moving up into Armenia.
Yeah, or like to Bulgaria, but I don't know. If he didn't want to do anything with it, maybe he could have waived it. So maybe he is going to do something fun with it. But I think it could also just sit there.
Okay.
Oh, well, he goes to Armenia. And he takes Budapest. And he takes Trieste. And I guess he'll probably take Naples. I don't know. A lot of supports for for Italian fleets, considering he's taking... It's a spring, but... taking 2 Italian centers and possibly Romania, possibly Sev. Maybe this is when Turkey explodes. He doesn't need very many to pass England in the standings, and he certainly has the growth potential to do that more than England does, especially now that England has moved a fleet into St. Pete. So that's kind of done, and the fleets in the south aren't going anywhere. And they're not in a position to stab Germany. Yeah, I think England is probably not growing very much. I'm guessing the people thought there was going to be a draw, maybe, because people didn't move. Like, Germany didn't do much.
Yeah.
Was this when... Yeah.
Karthik, St. Pete moving into Finland's interesting. Do you think we've got we're England and Turkey are racing?
Yeah, that seems to be it to me. Basically, it's saying that, well, it seems to be that a little bit incoherent on the English side, right? Because there doesn't seem to be any sort of move from England to try and take German dots or do anything like that. But doing so does remove all basically threat to the southern side of the board for Turkey. So Turkey can basically kind of just go wild here and say like, hey, I don't need your armies anymore. Like, yes, I still need your fleets. So I'm just going to take Trieste and Budapest because who cares? And like, that's that. And I just find it really, really interesting that he withdrew St. Petersburg from there and just mitigated that like sort of whole issue altogether and saying, hey, EG, we're going to stand pat on 17 centers.
Also, stupid Flanders in the comments mentioned Russia didn't put any orders in, so maybe Johnny NMR'd, or maybe everyone really thought this was a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, submitted all holds. Okay, so he did submit it. Yeah. All
right. So I'm gonna, Katie, I'm gonna give you a pitch that I might make, and tell me if you'd buy it. I'm England, and I say, hey, Russia, I'm moving the fleet in. Go stop Turkey. That's trying to explain that move to St. Pete.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if I'm Russia and I'm losing St. Pete and there's a fleet there, like, there's no downside. Like, sure, the army could follow, but at this point, Turkey is stabbing me, so it's not like I'm going to risk a happy alliance just to go along with what England wants. So I would take it, and I would try to defend against Turkey. I will say I don't think there's a lot that Russia can do in this position against Turkey anyway. I would accept the deal. I would say, yeah, I'll defend to the best of my ability. It just maybe wouldn't be a lot of ability.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like deals came way too little, way too late. Like when
little.
Russia had no fleet and armies all pulled up, like what could Turkey, what could Russia even do against Turkey, even if they want to do anything at this point?
Yeah. Well, maybe it's just a goodwill. Maybe it's just, hey, you know.
Yeah, the counter argument there is St. Pete Army can at least support Moscow.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, but now Russia can, all they can do is go like Warsaw, Ukraine, hold the line there, concede Sevastopol, and stop like, Russia. Sorry, stop Turkey on like 1, 2, 3, 4 more, like on like 13 or something like that.
Or you could just hope that Russia bounces instead of supporting themselves there for no reason. Jamal.
Right. I mean, and then Galicia just walks into Romania unopposed because I guess why not? Yeah, I don't understand what's going on over there.
I feel like this is.
Yeah, I know it was deliberate,
like,
Jamal, but why?
I feel like
it was
this is
deliberate, but why?
negotiating for a draw. Like,
okay, fair enough.
That's the only explanation I could make is, hey, I'm going to try and get into some kind of draw arrangement. All right, so we got +3 by Turkey. So Jamal taking the lead with 11 center Turkey in winter of 1907. We've got Dominique in England with the 9 center with 9 centers, and then we've got Alan in Germany with 8 centers. I think those are the only 3 in real contention for this top. We didn't do this earlier, so Karthik, start with you. Who do you like to top this board?
This may be a surprise to you, but I kind of want the leading Turkey played by world champion Jamal Pokarli over everyone right now.
Mind blown. All right, Katie, if not Jamal, who can win this?
If not Jamal, I'm England, and I'm hoping that my German friend really hates Jamal, and he'll give me centers. That's the only way that Jamal doesn't top.
All right, let's find out what happens there. Spring of 1908, Karthik.
So, the English army walks back. Russia goes back down to defend Sevastopol, and now suddenly there's English armies in St. Petersburg, German armies in Livonia and Prussia. I'm not sure why Berlin didn't go to Silesia. Could have been a misorder while typing. Would love to know from anyone who's playing if German army in Berlin was supposed to go to Silesia and just didn't. Because if it had, Warsaw and Moscow, one of them would have fallen. Guaranteed? Question mark? Yeah. And yeah, correct. And then let's see. Munich goes down to Tyrolia. Tuscany goes to Rome. Seemingly without consent because it was to go to Piedmont. So kudos to you for pulling that off for a little bit there, Mr. Italy. And I mean, obviously, okay, so it was a misorder. That's totally fine. I mean, typing orders is hard as hell. Much weirder than writing them down, so makes total sense.
I don't.
Apparently, one time orders were entered in public press as well, so that's great. But yeah, so now the German army gets blown up in Rome. The Italian fleet gets blown up in Tunis. The Italian game is very much over. Jamal also swipes Vienna and Romania for good measure, going up 2. The defense against the Germans and the English succeeds. And here comes the stab. The English fleet drops into the North Sea. The army goes to Norway. And now there's a free convoy to Holland or Belgium, whichever the English want. And they're building one because of Tunis.
All right, winter of 1908. Got more armies from Jamal and from Dominique. Katie, how do you feel about those?
Yeah, if this is an English South, that's definitely what you have to do. I'm pretty sure that the South is locked or close enough to where we're in a time limited game and it's locked enough. And similarly, what else is Jamal going to do except try to take maybe Russian centers? Yeah, it's got to be Army.
So take the draw here.
I mean, I probably would if I were Jamal. I don't know like what the incentive is to getting a couple more dots, but like leading by 3 and a 13, like that's a pretty good top. I would take it if I were him.
Yeah, I'd
And
say
I
if I
think-
were Jamal, I would not if I was England. England, I think you have room to play for
I
the
don't know
top.
because I think Jamal gets Sev at least, so you need like 4 more to even
And I think,
tie.
like, might as well take the shot. You lose nothing for trying.
You can lose some stuff. All right, going to Holland.
Keep playing. All right, Katie.
All right, Russia takes back St. Pete. You can lose St. Pete for trying. So you can lose. Because now you've got German and Turkish cooperation, so maybe
Yeah, but what's the difference in the score? Like you go down from 61 to like 52, like whatever.
I don't know. I don't know scoring systems. I do know that Turkey is fine taking Sev, and I've said this on stream before. I don't know why Jamal does what he does. So Jamal, you could PM me. Why didn't you take Sev earlier? What was the point? I don't know.
He saw this coming. He's gonna get 17.
He could have had it earlier. Like, what was going to stop him?
I don't know.
It's fine. Germany is reacting to this stab. I think England's going to probably get 2 more builds out of it, but we'll lose St. Pete. So I think that the game is probably going to end about here, except with Turkey on at least 1 more in Sev.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So keep Sev is in Tachanian Sea. England loses Holland, but is it disbanded because
Yeah, it's disbanded.
Envoy
Nowhere
to
for it to
Belgium?
go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So England is down 1, just St. Pete, I guess. So England down 1 and Turkey up 1. So yeah, there's really no reason for England to keep playing.
Belgium, where English armies go to make other English armies die.
Yeah. Make
Nice.
the Dutch armies die. Yeah.
All right, winner of 1909. We've got a 14 center Turkey, 10 center England, 7 center Germany. Surely they draw here.
No, if I'm Jamal, I'm vetoing now because Germany's locked up with England, and I can get Warsaw and Moscow.
Okay, let's find out.
That's still
Nope.
16.
This is it.
Yeah.
So it could also have ended by time here. I imagine that doing this by hand probably took significant amount
Yeah,
of time.
time draw.
So it did hit the time limit. So awesome. Well, first of all, congratulations, Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
Dominant Turkish performance. Would encourage everybody to go watch how to play that game. I also, Katie, was scratching my head a couple times. So I am going to go back and watch this one a little bit because I feel like I'll probably learn something.
I won't.
But beyond the play from Jamal, I want to thank all of our players for sticking through with this. I know this was a really frustrating situation, and especially to all of the people that helped out adjudicating, putting in all of these orders. Really appreciate it because that was a labor of love that did not have to happen, and we are all the better for it. So appreciate that very much. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring up our standings. I do want to give a giant caveat that I have no idea if this is going to be correct or not. But as our software stands today, hopefully it's not double counting any kind of standings or anything, because we've got one game in there twice. But here is where we stand right now. So Justin Lohr still in first, despite the rough night playing that tax. Bill Kelman second, Brandon Dix third, Micah Blom fourth. Jamal moves up into fifth. Karsten, I believe, made a move into sixth, and Jason Bennett in seventh. So let me go check to make sure. Yeah. Check to make sure let me see if I can compare this before and after. No, that's going to take too much time, so won't do that. But I do believe that we had some shakeups on the bottom half of our standings there. We're, I think, about halfway through the season. So with this kind of score, Karthik, what are you looking at for your approach to the rest of the season? If you're, let's start with the players on top. And then, Katie, I'll talk to you about pretend it's a tournament or a league, doesn't matter. But if you're in the 4 to 7, 8 kind of range, what's your approach? And then for people that are below that line, Karthik, we'll go back to you.
Sure. So I'll focus on like 1 to 4. So if I'm Justin or Ben, I feel very confident in my position right now, and I'm trying to make friends. If I'm Brandon, I'm trying to get one more good, decent score, just so I can lock myself in. I think if I get like 50 or 60 points, like not even a board top, if I just get like a good, like non-top like 8 centers or something like that, I think that's enough to lock me in. If I'm Micah though, with 6 boards played and a 238, I think I need to get one more big top, really get get myself up into like the 320s region, because so few of the remaining scores will count, and move the needle on their score, because they have 4 scores already in, like 3 plus like the best of the rest, the average of the rest. So in my opinion, they need to play very, very aggressively moving forward.
Katie?
Yeah, I don't think about anything in that detail of numbers. I'm not a scoring system person. I just don't think about it that way. I think if I were sort of mid-tier, I would certainly probably try to target people at the top. And if I were at the top, I would be like, I'm not your enemy because I don't need to beat you to win. I think you can always make an argument no matter where you are in the standings. Can I also ask, Brian, can we see 11 to 20? Because people in the chat really want to see it.
Absolutely, I want to see 11 to 20.
Okay,
so, that's a good setup for folks in this range.
Hey, 19!
And unknown, I don't know who unknown is. I think that is probably one of the players from this game.
It's probably Jamal. I don't think his score is getting added in properly to his thing.
No, Jamal was like 4th or something.
There, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think this round score may be being added into his thing.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you might be.
Jamal's score just not being calculated properly. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we would add that 140, and that's either going to replace. Yeah, so that'll replace one of these scores for Jamal. So Jamal's points will definitely go up, probably overtaking Micah and possibly even overtaking Brandon. So, all right, let's go back to places 11 to 20. And Karthik, your advice to players in this range?
If you're Marcus Lone, just keep on doing you. I think you play well enough that if you play your boards, you'll get those 3 good board tops to make the top board. If you're unknown, keep on winning world championships, I guess. Kudos to you. Jordan Condos and Ed Sullivan, just play your 4 boards.
Who are they?
Like, you clearly have good scores from your games. Just play more and you'll do fine. Same applies to Ton Furyk. Good score for 2 boards. Wes Ketchum from Pallet Town. I'm not sure if you're still in Switzerland, but yeah, just I think you just need to get 1 big board top. I know you can.
Wes deserves better.
And then for people below that, play and go balls to the walls and see what happens, and try to get big scores.
And one last look, we'll get 21 to 30. This is where we'll stop for tonight.
Yeah, Jason Gray. Let's go.
Yeah, beating McCallus. That is perfect.
No,
Gray over McCallus is gold.
Okay, that too.
Yeah, that's all I have to say about that, really.
Okay, well, I want to thank everybody for watching tonight. We had really, really good participation, very active chats. Chat's always one of my favorite parts of every broadcast. Lots of fun tonight, and big part of that fun was the energy that you, Katie, and Karthik brought to this stream. Thank you so much for joining us. David Hood, thank you as always. You are truly a legend in this hobby, and we are all grateful for everything that you do for it. And for all of you watching, thank you so much. And Katie, I'm going to let you bid us good night, summon your inner Siobhan, and say farewell.
Well, I hope I don't mess this up. Thanks, guys. This was a lot of fun. Stay safe and stab well.
There you go. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night.